Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome to the gym. Thank you so much for being here. Hopefully, y'all had a nice Memorial Day weekend. Got to enjoy some fun activities and spend some time reflecting on and thanking those who gave their lives in service of our country. So, I know I definitely had a good weekend and very thankful for the extra day off as I got to get some extra relaxation in, and also got to fire a cube draft, which was also a lot of fun. It's always a good time when the cube fires. That is a wonderful time for sure. Thank you, Kangarooster, for that sub in the 34 months. Thank you, Draz SM, for the sub in the 17 months. Thank you, Solid RK, for the sub in the 14 months. Dexon for the 51 months. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. So yeah, didn't stream yesterday, but we're streaming today. We're here, ready to roll, ready to play some Pokemon TCG live. And I've got a real exciting stream planned for tomorrow because Jesse Parker is going to be coming through, and we are going to be duking it out in a Conquest series. I think we're doing first to 5 wins in a Conquest series. So each of us is going to bring 5 decks. I think this is what we're doing. Each of us is going to bring 5 decks, and we're doing the first one to win with all 5 of our decks. Something like that. And I told Jesse I'm down to wager however much, but I think maybe we'll just wager a booster box or something like that. But I told him I'm down to wager whatever, just to, to spice it up a little bit, put a little something on the line. I think Jesse said that he would be down to put a booster box on the line for it. So that'll be fun and act as a little testing session, some testing grounds for our upcoming North American International Championships adventure. So that'll be happening tomorrow. Jesse and I are going to be pretty sweaty tomorrow then. We're not just like recording for content. Like, Jesse and I are going to be trying to destroy each other, okay? For all of the bragging rights and clout. We're going to have our first ever stream grudge match between Jesse and I. So that should be a lot of fun. And the Conquest nature of it, kind of forcing us to play different decks and strategically try to one-up each other, I think is going to be a lot of fun also. So that is coming up tomorrow. It was Jesse's idea to do this, so props to Jesse for coming up with something fun for us to do. And we'll be doing that tomorrow. I will kind of post in the Discord exactly what time we're going to be going live and all of that once I get all of that figured out. We're doing it tabletop. Yeah, no. We're doing it tabletop, not online. And deck lists are not going to be open. No open deck lists. This is going to be practice for NAIC. Yeah, for sure. No. They don't have open deck lists in real tournaments. So, yes. We're practicing for NAIC. No open deck lists. We're just simply trying to one-up each other. So, that's going to be a lot of fun. And, yeah, we'll be... We're still going to be announcing our moves, but probably not going to be... We're going to announce our moves. We're not going to use hand cams so that, like, Jesse and I can't see what's in each other's hand. And we're not going to be, like, talking about, like, the absolute strategy that we're going for, right? Like, we're gonna conceal a lot of that information because we're trying to really beat each other, right? We're trying to outplay each other. It's not about just showing, like, tomorrow's not about just going to be showing the optimal line. It's about Jesse and I trying to, like, outwit each other on the table and seeing who comes out on top. That's what we got going on tomorrow, which is going to be like which is going to be really fun. Pig Chef, your mom says she likes my hair. Yo, well, thank you. Thank you, Miss Sheffer. I really appreciate that. And tell your mom I appreciate the compliment. I'm working on it lately, all right? No more hats. I think I'm past my hat era now. So I'm working on styling my hair. Yes. This is my new era. I'll still wear hats occasionally, but I'm trying not to default to hat every day. We've got some cool new cards that have been revealed. We've got the Haxorus here. I know. Listen, I got lots of hats. But you know, I'm focusing on the hatless look these days. That's just, I'm gonna try it out. We'll see how it goes. Yes, this Haxorus is pretty cool. You could play it with Regidrago VSTAR. Give yourself an option to instantly KO any Pokemon with a special energy attached to it. That's pretty cool. This card also has some potential in Gym Leader Challenge format as well, just doing 230 damage and instantly KOing a Pokemon with a special energy attached for 1 energy. I mean, it's just like, that's a very powerful card in Gym Leader Challenge format. We've also got the Axew, right, who evolves instantly. Ultra Evolution, dude. You can go turn 1 Ultra Evolution. You're feeling lucky. Get yourself a turn 1 Haxorus. In Gym Leader Challenge, that's, you know, that's pretty sick. So, certainly something that you could do in GLC. And this card definitely has a high enough power level to see play in Gym Leader Challenge format. In standard format, I don't really see us evolving stage 2s into play like this to like try and string attacks. Just not really where the format's at right now. As a one-of in Regidrago decks, it's okay. Kind of a luxury. Like, what are you one-hit KOing with Regidrago? I guess you could one-hit KO like a Dragapult with a Neo Upper Energy on it, a Lugia V-Star. Sure, right. I suppose so. That's fine. 230 damage is fine, I guess. So, like, you could play this as a one-of in your Regidrago V-Star deck, or you could play it in Gym Leader Challenge format. Either way, a solid Haxorus for sure. So, definitely something to consider if you're really into Regidrago V-Star or Dragon-type Gym Leader Challenge decks. You can one-hit KO hands. I guess the thing is Regidrago V-Star already has the Raging Bolt. There are like some narrow situations where this attacker will knock out Pokemon easier than Raging Bolt will, I guess, right? So it's like, all right, but is this card kind of like solving anything for is this card solving anything for the Raging Bolt deck, or not for the Regidrago V-Star deck? Is this card like really elevating Regidrago V-Star to that next level? I don't think so. Right? I don't think that this is the card that's going to take Regidrago V-Star from like, a tier 3, tier 2 deck to a tier 1 deck. Absolutely not. But it's fine, for sure. You put it in there, you can play it. It's fine, but it's not breaking the deck by any means. I think it's just fine in Regidrago. Kyurem is what makes Drago actually insane. Now that's worth thinking about. Yeah, the new Kyurem, if your opponent's got a Colress in the discard pile. Whoo! Yeah, that's pretty crazy. And then, yeah, this is the optimal Axu, I think, with Ultra Evolution. Just if you go second, you got a 50% chance of a turn 1 Haxorus. That's kind of crazy. For sure, for sure. We've also got a new Zoroark. Oh, wow, look at him. He's a cutie. How fun is that? Oh, you don't even need the Colress with Drago. Oh, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, because it's a 5 energy attack. Don't you have to discard a bunch of stuff, though? Like, discard... Don't you have to discard, like, all energy attached to it? So you do have to discard the 3 energy attached to it, right? Still pretty crazy, though. All right. So, yeah, the Kyurem does 110 to 3. That's kind of nuts. Zoroark's got the Phantom Jack attack. This attack does 60 damage for each of your opponent's Pokemon EX and Pokemon V in play. Yeah. All right. There's going to be people who are like, okay, if I'm up against a deck where they got 5 or 6 Pokemon EX in play, I'm doing 1,000,000 damage. Like, all right, yeah. But, like, that's, like, explicitly against, like, the Raging Bolt deck. And they're still going to try and limit their bench against you, right? If they see you're, like, loading up Zeruas. So I'm not, like, particularly into this card. It's got a high-end, like, potential. This card would have been really good in, like, the Zoro box decks, right? Yeah. This card would have been, and not even really good. It would have been maybe okay in the Zoro box decks. Yeah. That's why you play flutes? No. It's just, and the fact that you're doing 0 damage against any deck that doesn't have EXs or Vs in play, and the fact that, like, what if your opponent's only got 2 EXs in play? Then you're just stuck doing 100 damage with the double turbo energy? No, this card is just not very good, all right? I understand that Zoroark is a fan favorite. People really like this Zorua, I'm sure. People really like this Zoroark, I'm sure. No, it's just not good, okay? It is not reliable, and there's nothing, as it is right now, there's no deck that this kind of easily splashes into, which is kind of the biggest issue, right? Because this is not a deck in and of itself. You cannot just depend on your opponent to have 5 or 6 EXs in play. You can't, right? That's just not realistic. So you would need to pair this with something else, and there's not really a... it doesn't really... I just don't really see it, no. It's just not reliable enough to warrant putting in your deck, I don't think. You could play it in other, like, darkness decks, I guess, if you're doing, like, the poison thing, but, like, wouldn't you rather just play any of the other stronger poison attackers from the new set? I think so. Did I see this Cresselia yet? No, I didn't. Cresselia, basic, 120 hit points. Crescent Purge, 80 damage. Plus 80 more damage if you turn one of your face-down prizes face up. That's cool. Not really a standard card, but in Gym Leader Challenge format, you could play this as an alternate attacker. What I don't like about this card for Gym Leader Challenge format is that it's got a 3 psychic attack cost instead of 2 psychic and a colorless, which means that Dimension Valley is not going to be able to decrease its attack cost, so you're going to need all 3 psychic every time you attack with this. Being able to slap down a D-Valley and use an attack for just 2 energy is a huge buff, so that is a little bit unfortunate. It is kind of like a town map effect, which is cool. In standard Guardy decks, like, what is this card bringing to the table that other cards don't already bring to the table, right? Like, you've already got Screamtail, can do 160 anywhere on the board. Why would you play this, right? Yeah, why would you play this if you've already got Screamtail, which could do 160 anywhere? Prize revealing? No, it's not that good. Like, revealing one prize at a time, the games don't even last that long in Standard. It's really not worth it. Absolutely not. And then we've got Yveltal with Annoying Winds. Place 2 damage counters on each of your opponent's Pokemon that have any damage counters on them. And Destructive Beam, 100 damage. Flip a coin. If heads, discard an energy from your opponent's active Pokemon. This card's not very good. Yeah, these guys just aren't terribly great, but that's okay. Not every card is good. That's just the way the game works. So yeah. I think the coolest new card revealed in the last few days is definitely this Haxorus. This guy is kind of cash money. 230 damage, discard 3. That's an expensive cost, but still could see play in standard Regidrago decks or GLC decks for sure. Thank you, Ring Tupple, for that Prime sub. Yveltal in Frostlass? I suppose. You know what? I suppose. All right, so here, okay, all right. You guys have found you found the application. Yveltal in the Frostlass deck. So say you're playing like a quad Frostlass deck. And that's pretty cool. Right? Frostlass has the ability that places damage counters on your opponent's on all Pokemon with abilities. So you can let those damage counters sprinkle, and then you're going to be able to, kind of expedite things with an Yveltal. That's pretty fun. I think that good stuff, Ring Tupple. Good stuff. I think that this seems fine, but the problem with this Yveltal is that it's not helping. It's not helping. The major problem with the Frostlass deck is how are we getting damage on stuff that doesn't have abilities, right? Because you're going to have to solve that. You can't simply build a deck that only damages stuff with abilities. So you're going to have something that does damage to Pokemon without abilities. I guess maybe you're still doing Frostlass Greninja EX and then playing this as like a one of, I suppose. But then you've got like the Darkness Energy requirement. So are we playing like Luminous Energy? But then Luminous Energy can't be put on Greninja EX with double Turbo Energy because it'll turn its effect off. So I do think that you're probably better off just playing Frostlass without Greninja. I don't think that Greninja is a very good card. So I do think that Frostlass is the stronger card than Greninja EX. Definitely. So maybe there's something here with Frostlass, but you got to find a partner that can just do a lot of damage to the active and can do a lot of damage to Pokemon without abilities. So that is definitely the thing to figure out with those decks. Now, Jesse and I are playing our, first to 5 Conquest series tomorrow. So my goal for today, this Yveltal's terrible. 2 damage counters was good 8 years ago. Too real, right? This card is just not it, man. It does get around, like specifically against Gardevoir decks that are like kind of annoyingly healing themselves. The Yveltal kind of helps, I guess, to kind of maybe push those Curlia over the edge, I guess. And it gets around Manaphy, which is nice. But it's still it's not a great card. No, listen, I'm just out here. I'm not gonna deny the fact that there maybe is some synergy there. Okay, yeah, I'll comment on that, sure, but no, it's not great. The era of great Yveltals is long gone, okay? Yveltal ruled the world for a long, long time, okay? This thing was broken. This thing was broken and reprinted a million times. See, here's another reprint of the broken one. Here's another reprint of the broken one. This thing was broken. Here's another reprint of the first broken one. Here's another reprint of the EX that's broken. Here's another reprint of the first broken one. Yes. You see, all those Yveltals were broken. Even this Yveltal, which was absolutely terrible, became broken right as like the pandemic hit in your Eternatus VMAX decks. And that amazing Yveltal also was terrible until Lugia V-Star broke it. Yeah. There's been a lot of really good Yveltals. Listen, we don't need more good Yveltals, okay? Yveltal is played out. I'm over Yveltal for sure. Yeah, give us some new Pokemon. Let's see. Give me the National Pokedex. Give me the Natty Dex. Who's got the best Natty Dex on the internet? This one looks nice. Okay. I'll tell you what Pokemon we need a good one of. All right. I'll tell you what. You know who we need? We need a good Hitmonlee. There's never been a good Hitmonlee. No. You know who we need? We need a good Furret card. All right. That's what we need. We need like a really powerful Furret. You know what we need? We need to bring Weavile back, all right? They've been hating on Weavile for a while now, just giving him like extremely mediocre cards. We need a good Swampert again. Bring Swampert back. Been a long time since we've had a great Swampert card. I guess not that long. There was the Swampert Guardy EX deck in the Sun and Moon era, which was okay. Bibarel, the best draw engine in the game right now. Absolutely crazy. Yeah, give us like a meta Perugly, honestly. Like, yeah. Give us a meta viable Perugly card, you cowards. You cowards over at Creatures Inc. Use the Pokemon that you create. Use them. Gigalith. Give us a meta viable Gigalith. Not you, Seismitoad. No, you're done. You had, yeah. There are some Pokemon where it's like their cards were so iconic they should just never make another Seismitoad. Like they should just never print another Seismitoad. Like they should have ended it right here with Seismitoad EX and just go out on top, you know? Yeah, just go out on top. Just let this Seismitoad just forever be the most toxic item locker ever. All right, for real though, they should have like a meta Crocodile for sure. No more Zoroarks. They print too many Zoroarks. All right, they should have a meta Vanillux too. Like, for sure. Yeah, Vanillux is that dude. I actually wouldn't even be mad if they skipped Vanillux and just made like a meta viable Vanillish. Kind of like, you know, making the stage one the strongest one. Yeah, give us like a Vanillish that's just absolutely cracked. That'd be hype. Kind of crazy that Electric got such a nice card. I mean, just what a funny guy. Meta viable Chandelure. Come on. Why not? There's so many excellent Pokemon. We have never gotten a really good Hydreigon. They were all okay. This is probably the best one, just in it was played for its Dragon Road ability, but it had this kind of weird 3D CGI artwork, which I really wasn't the biggest fan of. My favorite Hydreigon ever was definitely this one. But again, has a weird 3D CGI artwork, but I do love just the ability that moves all the darkness energy around. Dark Squall was never good. Hydreigon Break was never good. Anyways, I'm getting off track. I'm done with Yveltal. That's what I'm trying to say. Now, I had a great time doing the cube draft this weekend. I finally finished my Team Rocket themed cube. Now, if you're unfamiliar with what a cube is a curated pool of cards that players draft and build decks from to play against one another. This is my Team Rocket cube that I'm going to show you real quick. It is finally complete. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the drafting experience before I get into some TCG Live gameplay. So, a cube draft usually consists of 8 players. I mean, a cube draft can consist of however many players you want for your draft or whatever. But my favorite way to cube draft is with 8 players drafting from a 360 card cube. And that means that each player gets 3 packs of 15 cards. So this is a 360 card cube, and the theme of the cube is Team Rocket or Dark Pokemon. Now, in the maiden voyage of the cube this past weekend, I did include one of each of these Team Rocket Pokemon, one of each of Rocket's Snorlax, Rocket's Mewtwo, Rocket's Zapdos, Rocket's Hitmonchan, Rocket's Scyther, and Rocket's Moltres. But after playing it a couple of times over the weekend, I think these guys are a little bit overpowered relative to the rest of the cards, so I am going to axe them from the cube, and I've already replaced them actually online. If you check out my cube list on Cube Koga, which is linked on my Twitter profile, you'll see that I've already kind of cut these guys from the cube. They were fun to play with, and I might reintroduce them from time to time, but I think for the main list, I don't want to have these guys in there. Cards like Rocket Zapdos, as much as I love Rocket Zapdos, can just take over the game all by itself with how efficient and strong it is as a basic Pokemon. Also, most of the evolutions in the cube, Dark Dragonite, it's got 70 hit points. For a basic Pokemon to have 70 hit points and great attacks just isn't really fair when other cards have to evolve to get to that point. So I like these cards thematically, but as far as the actual balance level, I think the cube will be better off without them. I kind of polled everybody that participated and asked what they thought about the Rockets Pokemon. Everybody had a great time, and everybody really liked the gameplay, but I think everybody agreed that the Rockets Pokemon were a little overpowered, so we decided to cut them after the fact. It's only 6 cards out of the 360 card cube, so I'm pretty happy with that. Only 6 changes after the first weekend of playing. So I'm just going to go through real quick and kind of talk about some of the cards that are in here, show it off, and then we'll get to playing the Pokemon TCG Live. Colorless Pokemon are the most splashable Pokemon in any Pokemon cube draft, so it's important to have a healthy number of colorless Pokemon. Dark Dragonite's a really cool line because you've got Dark Dragonair and Dark Dragonite, and they're really here for consistency. Dark Dragonair's got the Evolutionary Light Pokemon power, which allows you to just search your deck for an evolution card once during your turn, every single turn. And that's really powerful in a limited format because it just allows you to set up any other Pokemon in your deck. And then when you evolve into Dark Dragonite, you can use the Summon Minions Pokemon power, which allows you to search your deck for 2 basic Pokemon and put them onto your bench. So some really good synergy between Dark Dragonair and Dark Dragonite, just setting up your Pokemon. And then if you want to, you can risk everything on Dark Dragonite's Giant Tail attack, which is flip a coin if Tails does nothing, but 4 for 70 is very powerful if you flip a heads. And yes, in the Cube Draft, you draft 3 packs of 15 cards, so you'll have 45 cards at the end that you've selected, and you build 40 card decks like a pre-release, and basic energy is provided for you. Got 2 Dark Porygon and 3 Porygon. Dark Porygon 2 is really cool because it allows you to flip a coin. If heads, you pick a stadium from your discard pile and put it into play, and you'll see we've got some pretty powerful stadiums in the cube. And the whole cube is Team Rocket themed, which is something that is just so much fun because many of these cards were not standard viable during their time, in the early 2000s and in 1999. These cards were not very good, most of them, but when played against each other, they're all very balanced and fun to play against each other. So it's a very unique experience getting to play all of these cards against one another because they weren't really viable in their own respective standard formats. The Dark Ursaring's what I ended up adding in place of the Rockets Pokemon. I've got 6 here, and sure enough, Dark Ursaring is a rare. So there are 2 of every rare card in the cube. There are 4 of every common, and there are 3 of every uncommon. So the 2 Ursaring with the 4 Teddiursa fit that space very nicely. We've got the 3 Dark Persian, 4 Meowth, and 4 of the holographic Eevee. And this Eevee is a really cool card with the Chain Reaction Pokemon power. I could have played the Eevee from the Team Rocket set, but this Eevee is just so much cooler, so I decided to play it instead. The Chain Reaction Pokemon power allows you to search your deck for a card that evolves from Eevee and evolve Eevee anytime that like a Pokemon in play evolves. So even if your opponent evolves one of their Pokemon, you can activate Chain Reaction and go search your deck for a card that evolves from Eevee, which is just a really neat and kind of novel Pokemon power. There's not really that kind of Pokemon power that exists in modern day. So to have something that kind of triggers during your opponent's turn is very fun. And then also you could evolve your own Pokemon and then trigger Chain Reaction and then go get an evolution from Eevee as well. I said that every card in the cube kind of follows the 4 of every common, 3 of every uncommon, and 2 of every rare rule, except for the evolutions, because it wouldn't make sense to have like 4 Eevee and then 3 Jolteon, 3 Flareon, 3 Vaporeon. Yeah, so instead, I'm just doing 4 Eevee and then 1 Jolteon, 1 Flareon, 1 Vaporeon, and 1 Espeon. So that's what the evolution line is. That's the only exception in the cube. Everything else follows the rule of 4 of every common, 3 of every uncommon, and 2 of every rare. And that was a design philosophy that I borrowed from Jason Klaczynski and his base Fossil cube, which I also have built and was a lot of fun to play. This cube is certainly inspired by that one, but it is a lot more flexible because I'm not limited to only the trainers in Team Rocket or anything like that. I feel like the cubing experience would be very limited if we were only using the trainers from the Team Rocket set. I'm using trainers that span the entire Wizards of the Coast era, and that allows for some really fun gameplay interactions. We got the Dark Raichu, 2 Dark Magneton, 4 Magnemite, 3 Dark Electrode, 4 Voltorb. Dark Ampharos was definitely a popular choice. It's got this connectivity Pokemon power, which places a damage counter on your opponent's Pokemon when they attach an energy from their hand to their Pokemon. And then Shock Bolt does 50 damage. And if you have different types of energy attached, you can get away with only discarding 1 lightning energy. You have to discard all lightning energy, but since it only costs a lightning and 2 colorless, then you could have like, a lightning and maybe a double colorless energy, or a lightning and 2 fighting energy. You only have to discard the lightning energy. So Dark Ampharos was definitely a popular choice. And then we've got the Dark Jolteon. My buddy Alex was really excited about the Dark Electrode line because Voltorb just does 1 for 20. It's a very low to the ground attacker. 1 for 20 is really good in this format. And it was really good for a lot of the early formats in the Pokemon TCG. If you know anything about like the Haymaker deck featuring Hitmonchan from base sets, 1 for 20 is kind of just like really good damage output for energy investment ratio, which is super funny because, that kind of thing doesn't really matter these days, right? You're talking like you're not 1 for 20. Like, what is that? It doesn't matter. We're talking about standard Pokemon cards. No, we need to be doing over 200 damage. Like to even be talking about a card, it has to be doing like over 200 damage. Another really fun thing about playing cards from this era, if we take a look at like Dark Gengar, which is definitely one of my favorite dark Pokemon ever printed, they have a resistance of 30, right? So all the resistances are 30, which is what they are in the modern Pokemon TCG too. But attacks only did like 30 to 50 damage, and Pokemon only had like 70 hit points. So this Dark Gengar having minus 30 resistance is the equivalent of like Charizard EX resisting an attack by 150 damage. It's like the same thing, right? It's like, what if Pokemon today resisted half of their HP? That's what this minus 30 resistance is like. And you really feel the effect of that playing. You have to plan accordingly. You can get walled off by a Pokemon that resists you completely. And it really slows the game down and makes it very strategic, which is something that pretty much doesn't exist in today's Pokemon TCG. So that's like a lot of fun, actually, playing around with weaknesses and resistances and trying to build your deck accordingly. We've got the Dark Gengar line. Now, when I drafted the cube, I only drafted it once. We fired it twice over the weekend, but I sat out the second one to play the base fossil cube. We actually had 2 cubes firing at the same time, which was a lot of fun. I drafted the Dark Alakazam card, as I think the card is just really, really cool. It's got the Teleport Blast attack, which is like a hit and run. It's only got 60 hit points, but you can use Teleport Blast to hit and run and protect your Dark Alakazam. I paired Dark Alakazam with a bunch of free retreaters, some of which had nice resistances, and I was able to kind of like poke and hit and run, and then and wall with Pokemon that had free retreat. And then Kadabra actually has a built-in draw engine, right? It's got the Matter Exchange Pokemon power, which is kind of like trade. You discard a card from your hand and you draw 1 card. And in a 40-card deck, getting to draw an extra card every turn is really impactful. So I played Dark Alakazam, and I ended up going 6-1 on in the cube draft that I ended up playing. Hypno is really cool because you've got the long-distance hypnosis Drowsy with that Pokemon power. You get to flip a coin, and if heads, the defending Pokemon's asleep. If tails, your active Pokemon's asleep. So you can disrupt the opponents by putting them to sleep with Drowsy, which is just a lot of fun, and it can be activated from anywhere, even on your own bench, which is super hype. We've got the Dark Espeon, which is one of the coolest cards in the cube, just because it's like a very rare card from Neo Destiny. It's just a rare holo card. It's tough to get. It's got free retreats and a couple of decent attacks. Psy Splash is a spread attack. It does 10 damage to each of your opponent's Pokemon that has each for the amount of energy attached to them. So like if your opponent's got 2 energy on one Pokemon, 1 energy on another, and 1 energy on another, it'll do damage to all those guys based on how many energy they've got attached to them. So the Dark Espeon is super cool, and I really like the Slowking line. This is like one of the most unique lines in the cube because there are 2 different evolutions of Slowpoke. Slowpoke's got a nice attack for 1 energy, allows you to accelerate an extra psychic energy to Slowpoke, which can prepare you for a turn 2 Mind Shock, which does 30 damage and goes through resistance, which is very good because a lot of colorless Pokemon resist Psychic, so being able to hit through those resistances is really good. And then Dark Slowking has the Cunning Pokemon power, which says once during your turn, you can flip a coin. If heads, look at the top card of your opponent's deck, and then you can have your opponent shuffle their deck. And it's a very funny Pokemon power that obviously doesn't seem very good, but in this style of format, the top deck is everything. And you play a lot more like Magic the Gathering, where like kind of ordering the deck and like, you know, doing effects like Scry 1 would be very powerful in this era of the Pokemon TCG. There are trainer cards like Pokedex in this cube, which allow you to order the top 5 cards of your deck. So, you know, with your opponent having the ability to stack their deck with cards like Pokedex, you can use Cunning and you can control their top deck. Also, having some control over your opponent's top deck regardless is just very good. If you see your opponent needs a key card and they're about to top deck it, you can prevent them from top decking it or have a higher chance of preventing them from top decking it by using the Cunning Pokemon power, which is super funny. And then Dark Slowbro has the Reel In Pokemon power, which allows you to get up to 3 basic Pokemon or evolution cards from your discard pile into your hand when you evolve Slowpoke into Slowbro. So it's kind of like a nice rescue stretcher style effect, which can recover attackers. And this is the only Pokemon power that has like a, you know, a recovery effect like that, which is very useful for, you know, recovering Pokemon. It can help to replenish your deck with resources, and it's just a nice recovery option to have. So that's one of my favorite lines in the cube for sure. Big Slowking fan, big Slowbro fan, and love the artwork on those guys as well. Just super fun, and the fact that you get to run both of them in the cube is really cool, since both Slowking and Slowbro are rare. You know, we got 2 of each of those, and then the 4 Slowpokes, just perfect. Up next, we've got the Water Pokemon. Now, these were some of my favorites growing up, and this is Team Rocket is my favorite set of all time. This is my absolute favorite set. So like, I am really, really stoked that I've got this like this cube that's a lot of fun to play and uses all these Pokemon, because these are like my favorite cards ever printed. So to actually get to like play games with these cards has been really, really rewarding and fun. This is just, oh my god, like what a nostalgia trip, right? Dark Blastoise, one of my favorite cards ever printed. Just a really strong attacker. It can do up to 70 damage with a Hydro Cannon attack. It does 3 for 30, or it does 2 for 30. It does 3 for 50, I think, right? Yes, 3 for 50, and then 4 for 70. So Dark Blastoise has got some of the like highest damage output in the cube, which is really, really cool. 70 damage is going to be one hit KOing a lot of stuff if you get 4 water energy on it. And then Rocket Tackle's got a chance to make Dark Blastoise invincible if you flip ahead. It's kind of like an agility style attack. Dark Octillery was getting a lot of hype over the weekend as well. Just a nice low to the ground attacker. Ink Blast does 1 for 20, 2 for 30, 3 for 40. And that doesn't sound like a lot, but it is in this format. I mean, that's just like good energy investment to damage output ratio. Dark Octillery is also a common card, funny enough. So there is a full 4/4 Dark Octillery line. I played against a Dark Gyarados during my cube, and this card is super nuts. I mean, 70 hit points on a stage 1 is pretty big. It's got a fighting resistance, Ice Beam, 30 damage, and paralyzes. But the final beam Pokemon power, when Dark Gyarados is knocked out by an attack, flip a coin. If heads, this power does 20 damage for each water energy attached to Dark Gyarados to the Pokemon that knocked out Dark Gyarados. So I was really scared because I was playing my Dark Alakazam deck, and Dark Alakazam's only got 60 hit points. So if I knocked this Dark Gyarados out, even if I did like the hit and run and go to the bench, Final Beam would do 60 damage to my Alakazam, completely knocking it out. Even if it goes to the bench, all Dark Gyarados has to do is flip ahead. So like that was pretty nuts. This is like a really fun card for sure, and was really scary to play against. So that was sick. Dark Golduck also got a lot of hype. It's just 3 for 50, really good damage output on this guy. This is also one of my favorite artworks from this set. I mean, just look how gnarly this Golduck is, shooting the laser beam out of its head, kind of parting the water too. Super nuts. And then Third Eye also draws you some cards. Psyduck also good because it's got the dizziness attack, which draws you a card as well. So really good. And then Dark Vaporeon with the evolutions. The fighting Pokemon are some of my favorites. I'm not playing every single card from the Team Rocket set, you'll notice. I'm playing most of them, but there are some Pokemon that didn't make the cuts. I mean, there's only 360 cards in the cube, so got to make some tough decisions in places. But the cube has Pokemon from Neo Destiny and the Team Rocket set. Those are the only two sets, other than some of the promos. The only two sets that the cube features Pokemon from. Dark Tyranitar is definitely one of my favorites in the cube. I mean, just the biggest card in the cube, and I think it makes sense for fighting to feature the biggest Pokemon in the cube, as fighting is kind of like the big, tough, high tanky, high HP tanky type, right? That makes sense. So Dark Tyranitar is that Pokemon with a hulking 90 hit points, just really, really fat. It's got the Mountain Smasher attack, flip a number of coins equal to the number of fighting energy cards attached to Dark Tyranitar. And the attack does 20 damage times the number of heads, and then for each heads, you discard the top card of your opponent's deck. That is a really powerful attack in a limited format, especially 40-card decks. If you're milling your opponent while putting on pressure and, dealing damage, that's just a lot for the opponent to deal with. And then Fling Away does 50 damage, but if your opponent has any bench Pokemon, it does 30 instead, and then 30 damage to one of the opponent's bench Pokemon. So a 30-30, and look how much energy a 30-30 attack took back in the day. But I actually used Fling Away effectively. I played Dark Tyranitar in my Dark Alakazam deck. I used Fling Away effectively to win a game or two in the cube draft. I mean, Fling Away is just a very powerful attack, and getting to chase down things on your opponent's bench also really good in a limited format where there are very limited gusting options. So we got the two Dark Tyranitar. Dark Dugtrio was one of my favorite lines in the cube. I also played Dark Dugtrio in my Alakazam deck. Dark Dugtrio kind of mid. It does 20 plus 20 if the opponent flips a tails on a coin flip, which is super funny. You don't flip the coin, your opponent does. And then it's got the Sinkhole Pokemon power, which does 20 damage to a Pokemon that's retreating if they flip a tails. Your opponent's Pokemon, that is. So Dark Dugtrio is like, okay. But I mainly played Dark Dugtrio for the broken Diglett. Diglett's crazy. It's 40 hit points, got free retreat, and the Dig Under attack, which is just a 10 damage snipe. So it can help soften targets up. It's got free retreat, great pivot card. I was using Dark Alakazam to hit and run into Diglett with its lightning resistance, and then using the free retreat Diglett to retreat back into Dark Alakazam and kind of hit and run over and over again. That was like the main strategy of my deck. I've also got Dark Donphan. He's just kind of a unit. 60 hit points, Giant Tusk, 50 damage. And then Tusk Toss, flip coin. If heads, you get to put your opponent's active Pokemon, all cards attached to it, back into their hand. So you can kind of remove all of the effort your opponent put into attaching energy to a Pokemon with that Tusk Toss, which is very fun. And then Dark Primeape is also a card that I just really love from this set. It is a very risky card, because the Frenzied attack does 2 for 40. I mean, that's incredible damage output, right? But it confuses yourself, so that is the downside. But the Frenzy Pokemon power says that Dark Primeape does 30 more damage while it's confused. So you could do 2 for 70 if you flip a heads. However, it does 30 more damage even to itself. So Dark Primeape's only got 60 hit points, and Confusion deals 30 to yourself if you flip a tails. So you'll be doing 60 damage to yourself and knocking yourself out if you flip a tails while confused. So very fun kind of gambling card, which is also a theme of this cube, as you'll see with some of the trainers. But Mankey is also very broken. It's got free retreat, and Anger does 20 plus 20 if you flip a head, so it can do 40 damage for 2. So I actually played, I think, a Mankey or 2 in my deck, but I didn't actually play the Primeape that I drafted because I would just rather attack with Mankey. 2 for 20 or maybe 40 is very good. And then having the free retreat for my Dark Alakazam was also very valuable. That's it for the fighting Pokemon. I decided not to have Dark Machamp in the cube and really just focus the fighting type stage 2 line on Dark Tyranitar, and then have the other fighting type Pokemon just be stage 1s that are like low to the ground and consistent. So that was an omission that I made. I think Dark Tyranitar is just like the more interesting stage 2 when compared to Dark Machamp. And Dark Machamp has like a similar attack to Dark Donphan, and I think Dark Donphan kind of just does the job better. Fire type Pokemon, Jesse kind of like tied for first, got second place in the second cube draft with his Dark Charizard, Dark Rapidash deck, which was really fun to watch. I think he also had Dark Magcargo in there, just kind of drafted all the fire Pokemon. And fire is definitely like one of the coolest blocks that I have in this cube. I mean, just the combination of Dark Charizard and Dark Typhlosion. I mean, look at these freaking icons right here, right? Yeah, look at these guys. Just some of the coolest cards ever. I remember having this Dark Charizard as a kid, just thinking it was like one of the toughest Pokemon cards that I had ever seen in my life. Natalie said she had this Dark Typhlosion as a kid and remembered absolutely loving it. Yeah, just some really, really freaking cool cards. Dark Rapidash is actually like one of the strongest Pokemon in the fire pool. It's got Free Retreat. I mean, Free Retreat is kind of like the name of the game, right? Having Free Retreat is just so broken in these formats. And Flame Pillar does 30 and then 10 Snipe. If you discard a Fire Energy, 30-10 Snipe is very strong in a format where Pokemon only have like 60 to 80 hit points, and there's limited gusting options as well. That was certainly a thing that came up. And Dark Magcargo does 20-20 Snipe. So it does 20 damage to the active and then 20 to the bench. So there's a lot of synergy between Dark Magcargo and Dark Rapidash. You've kind of got like a little spread package here between the two of these. Hot Plate also damages Pokemon when they come into play. It's kind of like a Gapejaw Bog effect and something like that. So that's kind of like a fun little spread strategy. And we've got more cards that play into spread strategies as well. We already showed off the Dark Ampharos, which kind of chips damage with its Pokemon power whenever someone attaches an energy. And there's also the Dark Crobat line, which has like come into play. Dang it. I dropped all the fire, guys. There we go. There's also the Dark Crobat line, which has come into play Snipe abilities, which I'll be showing off here in just a moment, which is definitely one of my. I feel like, and you could tell how much I love this cube and how much I love this era in these cards, because every time I talk about a card, I'm like, oh yeah, this is one of my favorites. Oh yeah, this is one of my favorites. Like literally, I could show off like every single one of these. I'm like, oh yeah. Dark Crobat, yeah, that's one of my favorites for sure. Dark Scizor, oh yeah, that's one of my favorites. Like the whole freaking cube are like my favorite guys. So like it's been a lot of fun to embark on this project, and really, really rewarding to get to actually to fire and play it. Now, Dark Scizor is super cool because it's a dark Pokemon. It's got dark in the name. And it's a metal Pokemon, so it can utilize both darkness energy and metal energy. And I'll kind of show off the special energy while I'm talking about Dark Scizor. Now, special energy during this time were very valuable. You've got the two kind of iconic special energy of the Neo era, and Dark Scizor is from the Neo Destiny set. And Dark Scizor is the only metal Pokemon in the cube. There was no such thing as basic metal during this time. And the reason I decided to include Dark Scizor is because Dark Scizor is a metal type Pokemon, but doesn't actually require any metal energy to attack. So I really like that the Dark Scizor kind of like brings a tanky metal type to the cube. It's got a nice grass resistance, which is unique. It's the only Pokemon with a grass resistance in the cube, but doesn't require that you actually have any metal energy to attack. So really, really like that. Now, Metal Energy, I ended up playing Metal Energy in my Alakazam deck, despite the fact that I didn't have any metal Pokemon, because it's just such a good special energy. It reads, damage done to the Pokemon Metal Energy is attached to is reduced by 10. If the Pokemon Metal Energy is attached to isn't a metal Pokemon, whenever it does damage, you reduce that damage by 10. So Metal Energy is kind of like a double-edged sword. Whenever it's attached to a Pokemon, it's like a -10 buffer every time that Pokemon takes damage, but it also decreases the damage that you deal by 10 unless it's attached to a metal Pokemon. So Darkness Energy, Metal Energy attached to Dark Scizor is just going to give it a -10, HP buffer, which is really good if you've been looking at like, kind of the damage output of these Pokemon. I mean, 30 damage is kind of like the average damage output of most attackers. So taking a 30 damage attack and decreasing it to a 20 damage attack, that's the difference between a 3-hit KO and a 4-hit KO, even if you have just one, metal energy attached to it. And then Darkness Energy is kind of like the inverse of that, right? So Darkness Energy can be attached to any Pokemon, and it increases the damage that the Pokemon does by 10 damage, except if the Pokemon that Darkness Energy is attached to is not Darkness type or doesn't have Dark in the name, then it kind of like poisons that Pokemon, and the Pokemon takes 10 damage between turns. So they will quickly die if they don't have Dark in the name. But this is a Dark-themed cube, so every evolution Pokemon is a Dark Pokemon. So you can attach this Darkness Energy safely to just about every evolution in the cube, but you can't attach it to basics. Well, you can, but your basic is going to end up dying, right? So like if you attach Darkness Energy to Scyther, your Agility attack and your Sharp Sickle would do 10 more damage, but Scyther would be taking 10 damage between turns and would eventually get knocked out. But what's so cool about Dark Scizor is like you could theoretically have a Darkness Energy and 2 Metal Energy attached to Dark Scizor, and its slash attack would do 40 damage. You're getting the 10 damage buff from Darkness Energy, and you'd be taking -20 damage from attacks with the 2 Metal Energy attached to it. Or you could have, like 2 Darkness Energy and a Metal Energy, and your slash attack would be doing 50 damage, which is a lot of damage, and you'd be taking -10 damage. So Dark Scizor is kind of like the premier special energy user in the cube, and that's kind of like a very fun role that it gets to play. And with its slash attack taking 3 colorless energy, you can even use double colorless energy to kind of speed up the pace at which you attack with the Dark Scizor. So Dark Scizor, really neat. I was thinking about, which Scyther do I want to play? Do I want to play the 60 hit point Scyther with the agility attack, or do I want to play the 70 hit point Scyther from jungle? But I decided the 60 hit point Scyther is actually like the one that needs to be played, because then it makes it like really valuable when you evolve into Dark Scizor. If you're playing the 70 hit point Scyther from jungle with free retreat that does 30 for 3, then it's like, what's the real advantage of evolving that Scyther into Dark Scizor? The advantage would be special energy, but here this Scyther gets a huge upgrade evolving into Dark Scizor, and I think that upgrade is certainly worth it. Agility is also just a powerful attack and can make your guy invincible on a heads flip, and if you're playing a grass deck, 3 for 40 is also not bad at all. So was really amped that Dark Scizor was kind of making an impact in the cube, and that it's just such a freaking cool card. Honestly, that thing's amazing. Then we got Dark Crobat. It's a 4/2/2 line, since both Dark Crobat and Dark Golbat are rares. And Dark Crobat has it come into play. Pokemon Power Surprise Bite. When you evolve it, it does 20 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon. So again, kind of combos with that spread strategy that we saw on some of the other cards in the cube. And then Dark Golbat has the Sneak Attack Pokemon power, which does 10 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon when you evolve it into play. And then both of these guys got attacks that kind of spread damage, and they both have free retreat and a fighting resistance, which is really, really good. I mean, being able to just pivot in and out and all of that is just super valuable in this limited format. Dark Vileplume. This line is one of the most toxic lines in the cube. Dark Vileplume has the Hay Fever Pokemon power, which says no trainer cards can be played, period. No trainers. So no trainers for me, no trainers for you, no trainers for anybody, which is just really, really fun if you get that up and involved. And then Dark Gloom has the Pollen Stench Pokemon power. Once during your turn, you can flip a coin. If heads, the defending Pokemon's now confused. If tails, your active Pokemon's now confused. So Dark Gloom, kind of like the Drowsy, right? Except instead of asleep, it's confusion. And you could see how disruptive that would be, making your opponent's active Pokemon confused while shutting off trainers. Just really cool. Dark Muck, nice low to the ground attacking option. It makes the opponent's active Pokemon retreat cost 2 colorless more, and then it poisons. So 2 for 20 plus poison. It's effectively 2 for 30, and then that poison damage can ramp up between turns. And special conditions really matter in this limited format because the Pokemon just don't have a ton of hit points. And that was something that I was very concerned about with designing this cube. I didn't know if like the Pokemon's low HP would feel very problematic, if like games would feel too cheap or too short or whatever, because I mean the average hit points is between like 60 and 80, right? So like I was a little bit worried about that, but actually the HP didn't matter at all since all of the Pokemon are balanced together, right? It's just a dark Pokemon cube. It really didn't matter. It felt like Pokemon that had 80 hit points were really tough to knock out, which is what I wanted. The stage 2 Pokemon with 80 hit points should feel tough to knock out. And the Pokemon with 80 hit points felt like they were huge, right? When I came out with Dark Tyranitar in play with its 90 hit points, like it was a behemoth and really difficult for opponents to take down. So like that felt good. It felt that way, which was awesome. Actually, I felt like these Pokemon kind of had like the perfect amount of HP for a limited deck of 40 cards, right? It felt like their HP totals were just right. So like I really, really love the way that this thing played out. And then I decided to include Dark Venusaur in the cube as well, just because why should Dark Venusaur get left out? There's a Dark Blastoise, there's a Dark Charizard. I really wanted to have all 3 of those guys in here. So we've got Dark Venusaur 2, which has got a fine attacks, nice disruptive, very, very much a Venusaur attack. If you've ever read any Venusaur throughout the history of the game, this thing just inflicts a whole bunch of special conditions while flipping coins, which is like exactly what Venusaur kind of does. So that's it for the Pokemon. That is all of them. And they were so much fun to play with. There was so many cool interactions between these cards that I was really excited to see players kind of like discovering and unlocking, and it really did feel like all these dark Pokemon just play so well together. Even the ones from Neo Destiny, did not feel like they were like super overpowered compared to the ones from Team Rocket. So that's the Pokemon in the Darkness Cube. We'll quickly go over the trainers. We've got some fun ones for sure, and I'll just kind of highlight the most fun ones. There's recovery cards like Time Capsule and Nightly Garbage Run. Nightly Garbage Run is like a Super Rod. Time Capsule is like kind of like a Brock's Grit for both players. And that's something that I really like in cube design, is when you have trainer cards that interact with both players at the same time. It's not just me playing my trainer cards against you. It's us playing trainer cards that interact together. And whenever I'm trying to build a cube, I'm always trying to look out for cards like that just make the gameplay so much fun. There are some Team Rocket cards that you just have to include, like Rocket Sneak Attack, right? It's just iconic. Look at your opponent's hand, and you can choose a trainer card and shuffle it into their deck. Just disruptive card. But with the pace of the games, it's not overpowered, especially since there's only 2. It's a holo rare, which is really good. Pokemon Breeder lasts, kind of similar in essence to the Rocket Sneak attack. Both you and your opponent reveal your hands and shuffle all trainers back into your deck. Thank you, Vadoosh, for that Prime sub. I appreciate it. Thank you, Yun Frogo, for the Prime sub as well. Energy Charge can allow you to recover some of those special energy on a coin flip, and energy retrieval is kind of exactly like energy retrieval that you might know from modern day. Imposter Oak's Revenge, another iconic dark card, or I guess not a dark card, iconic card from the Team Rocket set. It's like a red card. Just your opponent shuffle draws 4, but you do have to discard a card from your hand in order to play it. And when I'm talking about cards that, involve both you and the opponent, I mean cards like Pokemon March. Your opponent may search their deck for a basic Pokemon and put it onto their bench. Then you can search your deck for a basic Pokemon and put it onto your bench. I love cards like that kind of interact with both people. It's like, yeah, I'm going to get to search for a Pokemon, but so do you. And a card like Pokemon March is going to be a little bit of a lower value than a card that just searches you a Pokemon. But in a pinch, you might play a card like Pokemon March because it's all you were able to draft, and then it also helps your opponent to set up. So yeah, just some cool decision making to be had. And you might not play Pokemon March because you don't want your opponent to go get a Pokemon, right? So there's a lot of thinking to be had when you play a trainer card like that. And I really like drafting cards. I really like building drafts with cards like that kind of force you to think a little bit. Do I play with era appropriate rules or modern rules? I have everybody just play with modern rules, so that way it's just less explaining, and also it balances out a few things. The old Confusion rules were really wacky and not really necessary to have those stick around. And then also I play with you can't attack on the first turn going first, just to try and eliminate donks, because donks are no fun. But you can play as many trainers as you want turn 1 going first, because there's no such thing as supporters in this cube. So there's no supporters, so you can play whatever trainer you want going first, but you can't attack. That's really the only thing that we do. We got 3 Elm, Pokemon Trader, Erica. It's another thinker. Both you and your opponent can draw 3 cards. Can you retreat if confused? Yes, we play modern special conditions for sure. Sabrina's Gaze, Oak, Gambler. Now, I was thinking about whether or not to include this card in the cube. Gambler, shuffle your hand into your deck, flip a coin. If heads, draw 8. If tails, draw 1. What a funny card. And this is a card that saw a lot of play. And while people were playing, there were some huge pop-off moments because of Gambler, which was just really fun. And this is a card you can actually play strategically. With the way that the cube works and the way that draw power works in this era, you don't always have a huge hand. Sometimes you only have a 2-card hand. So you can draw into Gambler and then wait until you've kind of whittled away all the resources in your hand until you have a 2-card hand. And then you might as well go for Gambler, right? Because it's okay, all I've got is Gambler and 1 basic energy. What's the worst that can happen? I shuffle the Gambler back in and draw another energy. It's fine, right? You could trade 1 for 1, but then the upside is that you might trade 1 for 8, which is insane. So there's a strategic way to play Gambler. You obviously don't play Gambler when it's when you've got a lot of good stuff in your hand that you're going to play over the course of the next couple turns. You kind of wait until your hand is dry and then you gamble. And it's just really fun to kind of see those pop-off moments happen. Pokedex is another really powerful card in the cube. We've got new Pokedex and the regular Pokedex. Shuffle your deck and then look at the top 5 cards and then rearrange them as you like. There's a lot of planning out your turns that happens in this era of the Pokemon TCG. You're not just planning out your turn, you're planning out your next turn and the turn after that and the turn after that. And you're not playing a draw card every single turn of the game. And that's something that a lot of players, kind of have to get used to, because in standard format, if you're not playing a supporter card every single turn of the game, you're losing the game. But that is definitely not the case in a Wizards of the Coast era cube. So being able to just stack the top 5 cards of your deck can be really good. And, back in this era of the Pokemon TCG, it was a little bit more like Magic in that regard, where in Magic the Gathering, if you could stack the top 5 cards of your deck, that's very powerful. In Pokemon, it's kind of this kind of effect doesn't really get played anymore, but Well, actually, in Mew VMAX, you know, people were playing the whatever that card was in Mew VMAX. Kind of did a similar thing, right? You took a trainer card and then put it on top of your deck, and then you could draw into it. Something like that, right? Okay, I guess maybe some of it. Rotom Phone, right? Yeah, some of it still happened a little bit. So, like, maybe there's a time and a place. But that was a very, very specific use case, right? The idea of playing Rotom Phone was that you were going to be drawing into those cards instantly. With a card like this, you're not drawing into the cards instantly necessarily. You'll probably just draw into them over the course of the next few turns, and that is good enough, which is funny. And it just kind of says something about the pace of the Pokemon TCG back then as compared to now. Pokemon Breeder Fields, kind of like a Timer Ball, Energy Arc, kind of like a double Energy Search, but kind of like a Timer Ball for energy. Flip 2 coins for each head, search your deck for a basic energy. It's like Timer Ball of energy. Secret Mission, Potions, Rocket Secret Experiment. Gotta play this card in the cube just because of the theme, Team Rocket, right? Flip a coin, if head, search your deck for any card and put it into your hand. And then shuffle your deck. If tails, you can't play any trainer cards until the end of your next turn. So, yeah, that's kind of like a risky play. But like I said, in this format, you don't need to play a trainer every single turn. So the upside of being able to search your deck for whatever card you want is fine, because the downside of not being able to play a trainer until the end of your next turn, like, that's okay. You're not going to lose the game in 4 turns like you will in Standard. And then this is by far my favorite. This is like my favorite limited card of all time is Challenge. From the Team Rocket set, this card is just so sick. And I honestly I feel like it's so iconic in this cube draft. Just the challenge. You ask your opponent, do they accept your challenge? And how fun is that? And when I was talking about cards that interact with your opponent, these are like the most fun cards there are, right? So you ask your opponent, do you accept the challenge? If your opponent declines the challenge, or if both benches are full, you draw 2 cards. If your opponent accepts the challenge, each of you search your deck for any number of basic Pokemon and put them face down onto your bench. And when you both have finished, shuffle your deck and flip those cards face up. So this card, if played at the beginning of the game, it's a strategic card. You're like, okay, you ask your opponent, do you accept the challenge, right? And if they accept the challenge, then both players get to fill their bench. And that means both players just get to completely set up their bench, which is crazy. But then if they decline the challenge, then you get to draw 2 cards. So there's an upside if they decline the challenge as well. And there's some strategy into, like, you know, do we accept? Do we decline? When do we accept? When do we decline? I mean, just what a fun card, right? And the fact that both players get to set up their strategy is really good in a limited format, because if both players get to set up their decks, they're going to have more fun playing the cube regardless. So it's just a feel-good, fun card. I absolutely love this thing in limited formats. I mean, just such a fun card. And the artwork is phenomenal as well. Just like so cool. Mail from Bill is like Bicycle, literally. You can't play this card if you have 5 or more cards in your hand. Draw until you have 4. Yep. Bicycle. Master Ball, ironically, is like the same as the modern day Great Ball. Pokedex. Bill. Icon. Pokegear. Look how balanced a card like this used to be. Pokegear. Look at the top 7 cards of your deck. If any of them are trainer cards, you can take one and put it into your hand. Then shuffle your deck. You can't play any more trainers this turn. These were like the first prototypical supporter cards. Professor Elm also has an effect like this, where you can't play any more trainer cards, right? And this was like the pre-supporter card, right? They were starting to put these kinds of limitations on cards, which were really cool to see. Sabrina's Psychic Control is another fun one. It is an uncommon from Gym Challenge. Flip a coin. If heads, choose a trainer card in your opponent's discard pile that isn't put in play, like Plus Power or Mysterious Fossil. So a trainer card like Potion or like Master Ball or Computer Search, Bill, you know. basically they're trying to say cards that are not tool cards or things like that. You may use that card as if it were in your hand. You have to do everything required in order to play that card, and the card stays in your opponent's discard pile. So if you flip a coin, if heads, you get to use any trainer card in your opponent's discard pile as if it were in your hand, which is really fun in like a cube draft situation because sometimes your opponents are going to get lucky and they drafted a super high value card. Sabrina's Psychic Control is not a very high value card, but on a coin flip, it could turn into a very high value card. So it kind of like, it's almost like the blue shell in Mario Kart, right? Like even if your opponent's winning, even if your opponent has the super energy removal, they have a super high value card, you know, you could have access to that high value card if you play Sabrina's Psychic Control, which is just really fun. People said that they really liked Sabrina's Psychic Control. Good Manners is like a nest ball, but you can only play it if you have no basics in your hand. You have to reveal those to your opponent. The Boss's Way is like Evo Incense, but only for Pokemon with Dark in their name. And every evolution in this cube has Dark in the name. So Boss's Way is like a really good search out. Double Gust is the only trainer gust. I was trying something out with this cube. We were saying, all right, no gust of wind, only Double Gust. And Double Gust is a very balanced switch card. A very balanced gust card, I should say. If you have any bench Pokemon, your opponent chooses one of them and switches it with your active Pokemon. Then if your opponent has any bench Pokemon, choose one of them and switch it with your active Pokemon. So Double Gust is, it's exactly what it is. It's a double gust of wind. So Double Gust says, I get to choose which one of my opponent's bench Pokemon comes into the active, but it's balanced because my opponent also gets to choose one of my bench Pokemon to come into the active. It's not purely escape rope. Think of Double Gust as if both players played Gust of Wind at the same time. Imagine both players using the card Boss's Orders at the same time. That's what a Double Gust is. So like if both players on both sides of the table could play Boss's Orders at the same time, I pick my opponent's active, my opponent picks my active. That's what Double Gust is. And it's a really fun and skill-based card because you have to play it at the right time, right? And then Warp Point is Escape Rope. But having like kind of limited gust options in a cube makes it so that those snipe attacks are really impactful. And that's something that I really liked about this playthrough when we did it, is that the snipe and the spread strategies were like really impactful because the gust is so limited, right? But you could always have access to a card like Double Gust, even if you don't draft one, if you play Sabrina's Psychic Control, right? So like there's all these different kinds of like, if this, then that, if this, then that. And that's kind of what makes things so fun. Yes, and Free Retreat is even more valuable to be able to allow you to use those. Thought Wave Machine, really crazy card. Flip a coin until you get tails. For each heads, return an energy attached to your opponent's active to your opponent's hand. Yup, and that's a Rocket secret machine, so I definitely wanted to play that as it fits the Team Rocket theme. Super Energy Removal is obviously one of the biggest disruption cards ever printed in the Pokemon TCG, but balanced in this format as there are only 2 of them since it's a rare card. And, honestly, if you only have 6 energy removal cards across 8 players in a cube, at most players only end up being able to draft one of these. And it feels like a nice little kind of road bump that you can throw at your opponent to slow them down. Super Energy Removal and Energy Removal. Now, these cards are obviously a lot stronger if you can play them with Item Finder. But since there is no energy acceleration in the cube, Super Energy Removal does kind of, it costs something. You have to pay an energy as well in order to play Super Energy Removal, and there's no energy acceleration in the cube. So it is not without a cost. And then finally, we have the stadiums in the cube. And the stadiums are definitely one of my favorite parts. We've got Lucky Stadium, which is just a fun-loving stadium card. Once during each player's turn, that player flips a coin. If heads, that player draws a card. Lucky Stadium's kind of like the vanilla stadium of the cube. And in a 40-card deck where you're playing 4-prize games, Lucky Stadium can really help you and your opponent to kind of see extra cards and churn through your deck. Then, of course, we've got the Rocket-themed Rocket's Hideout. stadium card that gives dark Pokemon or Pokemon with dark in their name plus 20 hit points. So Pokemon like Dark Tyranitar can go up to 110 hit points. Charizard go up to 100 HP. Dark Blastoise can go up to 90 HP. Just getting all those Pokemon a little 20 HP bump can be a really big deal. And played strategically, that card can make a big difference in the trades. We've also got the Rockets Training Gym fitting in with the theme. I do have one Japanese one here. I have an English one on the way. It just hasn't arrived yet. Each player pays 1 colorless more to retreat their active Pokemon. And I was talking about the just the huge impact that free retreat has on this format. Making it so that Pokemon don't have free retreat anymore can be a really big deal. So Rocket's Training Gym can certainly be impactful in the same way that Rocket's Hideout can. And then the final stadium of the cube. Oh yeah. Chaos Gym. And I feel like Chaos Gym really fits well into this cube design. It is a really disruptive card, but it is a very kind of chaotic and fun card as well. Chaos Gym is a crazy card. It says, whenever a player plays a trainer card other than a stadium card, they flip a coin. If heads, that player plays that card normally. If tails, the player can't play that card. If the card isn't put into play, so if it's like not a tool card, then the opponent may use that card instead. Straight up. So every time you want to play a trainer card, say you want to play Super Energy Removal, but there's a Chaos Gym in play, I have to flip a coin. If heads, I get to use that normally. But if tails, then my opponent has an opportunity to use Super Energy Removal against me. So it really makes you think about which cards you're going to play and when. And it adds another level of strategy into the limited format. And Chaos Gym, of course, can be countered by any of the other stadiums in the cube. So you can counter it with Lucky Stadium, Rocket's Hideout, Rocket's Training Gym. But Chaos Gym kind of forces you to think about stadiums, right? You kind of have to think about stadium cards in this cube draft because you might encounter a Chaos Gym that prevents you from executing your strategy. So you almost have to play a stadium just to be able to counter Chaos Gym easily. Or else your opponent can force you to play with Chaos Gym the whole time. So really fun card. Really makes people think about the cards they play and when they play them. And that is my Team Rocket Cube. So thank you all for sitting during that little show and tell period. I really wanted to kind of show off the cube and talk about it. I'm very proud of it. I think it's a really well-designed, fun collection of cards to draft from. If anybody is interested in building the cube themselves, I've got the list online. It is on cubekoga.net. I've also got some sample deck lists that people drafted from the cube, posted on Koga, courtesy of Brandon as well. If you want to get an easy access to it, you can find it on my Twitter. Also, I did tweet out a picture of the deck list that I ended up playing from the cube, as well as the link to the cube in general. Some of it is relatively easy to build because the Team Rocket set comes in entirely non-holos as well as holos. So like a Dark Charizard holo costs $100-$120, but a Dark Charizard non-holo from Team Rocket costs $20. So more affordable if you build the non-holo version. Unfortunately, the holographic cards from Neo Destiny do not come in non-holo. So that is a downside, and it makes it a little bit more expensive to build. But once you get this collection of cards together, it is like a never-ending block of fun, right? And it's kind of like an eternal format that you just kind of have and are able to just whip out and play with friends. And that's something that's really appealing to me about it. I wanted to get it together and build it while the cards were still obtainable, right? I mean, it will get to a point eventually while these cards... It'll get to a point eventually when these cards are probably less, way less attainable than they are now. So It is also makes them a little bit, and it does also make it a little bit easier for me to get a hold of the cards, considering my studio is right here at Full Grip Games. So, huge shout out to Full Grip Games for having the cards in stock that I needed to create this cube. Almost all of them, anyways. Okay. There we go. So that is the Team Rocket cube. Probably my favorite cube that I've ever built for sure. I'm very, very happy with that. It feels like a really fun, balanced dose of nostalgia whipping that thing out. Thank you, Lamberto, for the Prime sub and the 49 months. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Off to the application. I've got my Conquest series happening with Jesse Parker tomorrow. And I got to figure out what decks I want to play for our Conquest series. I need 5. I don't want to reveal to Jesse exactly what 5 decks I'm bringing, because he could use that information against me to his advantage. Wait, we got maintenance. When is this? Tomorrow, right? Yes, maintenance tomorrow. The 28th? Yes, 29th. Okay. What's up with the coin flip bug? Have they fixed that? Or is that still a thing? Am I still going to be up against people who are farming the ladder for points? Haven't seen any issues lately. All right, cool. Wonderful. Wonderful. I assume like Palafin's still broken and stuff, right? Probably still completely broken. Yesterday, last week, we were kind of rocking with Diplin's Paradise a little bit. I think Diplin's Paradise is kind of good. It could be. All right, y'all. Excited to get some TCG Live gameplay, but my morning coffee is running straight through me. So I'll be right back after this quick break. Thank you so much for being here. I'll be right back. right. Well, let's go. Time to get after it, gamers. Thank you, Coach Shu, for that Prime sub. Appreciate you. Do I plan on making a cube for every format? No. Just my favorites. I'm thinking about doing like a EX block cube next. So not just like, you know, not just one format, but kind of like the entire EX era, but no EX Pokemon. That's kind of what I'm thinking about doing that. But having the cube design be 2 of every card. So like 2, 2, 2. Something like that. All right. What do you guys want to do? You guys want to do a little Dipplin action, or do you guys want to do something better than that? But is there anything better than Dipplin, honestly? Play the Conkle Dur deck. I need to think about 5 decks that I'm going to play against Jesse. I'm definitely going to... Teal Mask, Raging Bolt. I mean... I could not be more pleased with the fact that I played Teal Mask Raging Bolt on day 1 of set release. Like I said, if NAIC happened on set release, I would have played Raging Bolt Teal Mask. And I still think the deck's going to hold up, but like if you were hip to Teal Mask on like day 1, then you were going to have a great time farming everybody trying to play Dragapult on TCG Live. So like I said, if NAIC was 2 weeks ago, I 100% would be playing Teal Mask, the Teal Mask Raging Bolt deck. But we'll have to see if like it kind of holds up its meta position long enough by the time NAIC rolls around. Dragapult? Dragapult VMAX? Dragapult EX? I love Dragapult EX. I don't know about this Featherball, if I'm being honest. The Hulucha... Man, 4 Vessel? That's just a lot. Can't be 4 Vessel, right? Xatu? No, the Xatu definitely stinks. Thank you, Carrot Sticks, for the sub and the 32 months. Appreciate you. Thank you. There were cards that I wanted to... What's my ace spec? Oh, Neo Upper... God, you gotta play the Neo Upper Energy. That's so bad. I think... You got your 4 Iono. You definitely want to play... I really like the band. Defiance Band. I think that card's really good in here. Turbo Energize. Turn 1 Arvin, Turbo Energize. You could play one. Sure. What if we played like a Bibarel? I guess you don't need Bibarel if you've got Dracloak, right? That's kind of the thought process. I suppose so. Gotta play like Enhanced Hammer. And I think one boss, 2 counters. Enhanced and like a Temple of... Oh, Temple of Sinnoh like doesn't work. Just the one Enhanced Hammer then. And I want to play Radiant Zard. I want to play Radzard. And I want to play like a Switch or like a Turo or something. Turo scenario. Yeah. It's getting crunchy, dude. You need a vacuum. Vacuum. Yeah. It's too many cards, man. It's too many cards. It's too much crap I got to put in here. You don't technically need Halucha. Garbage. Come on. That's not good. What you need a vacuum for, man? You don't need vacuum for nothing. All right, you should play one vacuum, sure. We're going... Two Dracloak? Yeah, I'm with you. Okay. Listen, you just can't fit it all. All right? Why 4 rare candy? Because we're playing the stinking Pidgeot. Jesse here to talk some trash. Yeah, right. Jesse's gonna like take the deck that I build on stream today and just copy it card for card. And then he's gonna be like, "Oh yeah, dude, I'm totally gonna destroy you." Thank you, everybody, for the subs. Thank you, Jesse, for that sub in the 64 months. Carrot Sticks, Coach Shu, Lamberto, Skizmaster, Vodouche, Yun Frogo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Victor Natty, Sticks, Ring Tuple, Stexon, Solid Arcade, Draz, Kangarooster. Thank you all. Appreciate it. Do we want to go first? Yeah, sure. Okay. You already have your 5 decks picked, Jesse? That's sick. Excellent. I'll take my mulligan. Going first against Raging Bulk. I've got I can't even not call it Raging Bulk, bro. Going first against Raging Bulk with Dragapult EX. I've got Pidgey and Buddy Poffin. All right. Let's go. And let's see what we got going on in the deck. Is my Neo Upper Energy's in here. Very good. Love to see it. And then also my Rotom's in here. Great stuff. Nest Ball for Rotom. Gonna hope that I don't get turn 1 Prime Catcher or whatever. That would be bad. But here we go. Instant charge. This is apparently a very, very poor matchup for my Dragapult EX deck. Nothing to be done about it. They one-hit KO my guy. That's about as bad as it gets out here for Dragapult. If there's anything you don't want, it's you don't want your opponent to one-hit KO your Dragapult so easily. Radiant Charizard should help. That's why it's here. We should be all right. But let's see if Radiant Charizard really does what we need it to do. Got Earthen Vessel away Iono. They don't even want that card. They want to find a Sada so they can attack turn 1. Thankfully, I was able to draw into 4 Seal Stone, which is quite good. And I do have an Iono. I would rather, guarantee the evolution this turn, but I don't have any of the Pidgeot pieces. So I'll attach the 4 Seal Stone, probably Iono these 2 Dragapult to the bottom of my deck. I do have the Squawkabilly out. Okay. Here's a Fighting and a Lightning Energy. They'll probably squawk those away. Another Vessel. Okay. Attach the Fighting. Get a couple more energy. Squawk them away. And they need to find... I don't know why I'd get rid of a Grass, but that's fine. They need to find a Sada's Vitality so that they can accelerate some energy to both their Raging Bulks. I didn't slam down the Sada. I got another Ogre Pawn here and can Teal Dance. Do they find the Sada? Are you contemplating the Burst Roar? You whiffed. You whiffed it. That's right, you whiffed. You whiffed it. No Sada for you. That is a switch card into Greninja and pass. Oh, they got Iono. All right, fine. You're playing too many of that card in your deck. Iono stinks. All you want is to play Sada. More gears, less Iono. More gears. You already played 2 Iono. You don't need 2 Iono in here. More Pokegears. All you want to do is play Sada every single turn. No real draw supporters. What do you need a real draw supporter for? I've got a pair of Ultra Balls and Fire Energy. This is good, but I don't actually have anything else yet. So let's Recon Directive. See if I can find an Arven. Hey, let's go. Party time. Excellent. Let's go Arven. And we can get a Rare Candy and my 4 Seal Stone. Make a Rare Candy into Pidgeot. And then we can quick search. I've got the Fire Energy here. I mean, we're pretty much good to attack this turn. We're going to get smoked, though, is the problem. But I think that's just kind of part of the deal. We just know we're getting smoked. And we kind of just have to let it happen. So let's quick search. We got to get the skateboard. My skateboard is prized. This deck sucks. All right. Like I said, this deck is butts. Butts, butts, butts. Nothing but butts. All right? This deck is pure butts. All right, fine. My little board got prized. I could get Neo Upper and attack with the active. That's what we're going to do. All right. Fine. Okay. Ultra Ball, discard Pidgey, and Ultra Ball. I need Dragapult. Sure. Use my V-Star power, Star Alchemy. And we're going to go get Rare Candy. Whee! All right, we Rare Candy. Into Dragapult. Attach. Problem is, I'm going to need another Rare Candy in order to get this Dreepy evolved up, but that's okay. We'll Phantom Dive. And I'm going 1, a 2, a 3, a 4. We'll go 5 at 6, sure. Thank you, CMT, for the sub and the 16 months. Appreciate it. And my prize card is an Ultra Ball. Okay. Combined with my top deck, I can quick search for Arven, and I can theoretically attack next turn. Okay. That's not nothing. And then we expect them to bring up Raging Bulk and absolutely annihilate us. I could Mela. That's true. Yo, the Mela? Mela to Dracloak is actually like the better play. My opponent definitely scooped, which is so typical Raging Bolt behavior. Honestly. Grow up, Raging Bolt. So immature. You didn't get the turn 1 attack, and now you cry. Raging Bolt EX? More like Rage Scoop EX. Yes. Wonderful. Thank you, Eric, for the sub. Appreciate it. 34 months. More like Rage than Bolt, am I right? Man. Nothing like having the timer maxed out. Wonderful. Imagine my opponent comes back and bops me. Sure, I would be ready. If they did that, I'm ready to go. Have a side game of Yahtzee while waiting for this to finish. Honestly. All right. Dragapult, broken deck. I don't know. Going first was kind of sick last game, but going second might be better. I don't know. We'll pick second. I think that's fine. Pretty much have to play Enhanced Hammer in these decks now. Wish that I had more, honestly, but it's like one Enhanced Hammer for Lugia is like, I feel like the bare minimum of what we have to do. Looks like I'm playing against Lugia with the broken Dragapult EX. We've got a fine opening hand with a Dreepster, Arvin, all that. Ultra Ball. This Ultra Ball is a little bit difficult to play, but we've got one. I really want to get an energy drop down, but it's fine. I could Arvin for Nest Ball and for Seal Stone. Nest Ball for Rotom. Use for Seal Stone for Buddy Buddy Poffin and Instant Charge. That feels okay. Did they get double chops? Why are they always so lucky? So lucky. Why are they so lucky? So lucky. Man, Ultra Ball double chops turn 1. Slow down there, sport. And they got the Mist. Cool. And Carmine? They always have it. They just always have what they want. All right, here we go. The Nest Ball off the top is hype. That is pure hype. Because now I get to go grab Rotom V and then see if my 4 Seal Stone's in the deck. It's not, because this deck is awesome. All right. Fine. Dreepster. Arvin. We'll get these. Buddy. Go get these guys in case they like Wellspring me or something, which is not super fun, but they might. I've only got 2 rare candy in the deck, but 1's in my hand. Okay, so we've got 3. They're not gonna Wellspring me, man. They don't even play that card. Yeah, we're bossing up. They don't even play that card, dog. They don't. Okay, Instant Charge. They do not even play the Wellspring. They're going hands here. And I'm going Defiance Band KO. Thank you, Schmaticus, for the Prime sub. What do you think? You think I'm getting Wellspringed? I'm not getting Wellspringed. Come on, chats. I don't have it like that. No shot. No chance. That's the turn 2 summoning star. Feels bad. I'm telling you, going second against Lugia feels terrible. Is it worth choosing to go first just so that that doesn't happen? I mean, you're going in without any knowledge of what your opponent's playing. Primal Turbo, all right. They've got some energy going, but it looks like... Yeah, they're just going in with the Lug. So that's what they got. No Wellspring. That's cool. They haven't played a supporter yet, though, so they might just boss my Rotom and knock it out. Which is sad. I suspect that's what's occurring here. My Rotom's dead, isn't it? Yes, sir. No, they want Pidgey. All right. I'm not going to lie. Hitting this Neo upper energy is going to be cringe and mad difficult without that Pidgeot down. So this is fine. You're busting my balls, bro. That's what you got going on. Yeah. All right. Rare candy into Dragapult. And then Arven does pretty much nothing. So we're going to Iono. Ultra Ball away. Arven. And Pidgeot. Get Dracloak. Just got to find that Neo upper, you know? You feel me? Do that, do that, do that. Iono. Maybe find Counter Catcher. I could Jet Headbutt the Minchino. Dang, I'm freaking goated, dude. What the heck? Man, I'm nasty with it. All right. Don't mind if I do. I'm going to get these guys. And then Recon Directive. Got a Fire Energy and an Arven. Already got an Arven. We'll take the Fire. And then... do I care to... use my hammer now? Huh. No. I mean, if I do 7 damage there, they just put another... it's... yeah, no. You got to save the hammer for other stuff. So we go here. And we Phantom Dive. That's fine. Hitting for 100, it all feels very bad. I mean, I can hit this Lugia for knockout next turn. I could hit for 100 with the Defiance and Jet Headbutt. It all feels bad. I mean, saving the Neo Upper doesn't necessarily guarantee anything, because it could just get Iono to the bottom of my deck. Yeah, we got Counter Catcher for sure. And we got Radzard. Here is Chinchino. Wonderful. Yes, Chinchino. This matchup is terrible. I mean, it is a terrible matchup for sure. We do not have a fire in the discard pile. No. Yeah, so you realize their deck plays 4 copies of Mist Energy. And they can one-hit KO my guy. Yes. This is a little bit sketchy. It's cool. We can do this. I believe. All right. We can definitely do this. Not quite sure how, but I think I definitely have to bring Lugia tomorrow for my Conquest series. That's for sure. Lugia's broken. Would I ever play Lugia for NAIC? Yeah, look at this thing. Heck yeah. Yeah, I'm not too good for that. For sure. Jamming Tower. Grow up, honestly. Just grow up. Okay. Recon Directive. I'll take Iono. Okay. What a disaster. Okay, gotta promote. I gotta put that down. Going Fire Energy to the guy. And we're going to Iono. And I just have to find a Dragapult to hit for some damage. Okay. But I don't have anything else, guys. What a terrible excuse for a Pokemon deck. I have to actually retreat and force them to take 1 prize. So we end here. I'll instant charge. Why is Dragapult so bad? 'Cause it is. I've tried saying this. It's okay. Bad decks are bad all the time. You just gotta let bad decks be bad. The problem with Dragapult is that people want it to be good. I've spent a lot of time playing the Xatu version too. That version also stinks. Ben says yes, but I bought it, so I want it to be good. Oh, okay. The reason I'm trying the Pidgeot version is because it's the version that Shintaro Ito is playing. So I'm giving it an attempt. Just seeing what's up. All right, so they go Tempest Dive. I got a gift on the Lugia. I got all... You guys realize I have all 6 prizes to take, right? All 6, man. All 6. I got all 6, bro. This is winnable. Okay. We've got those guys. I really don't want to hit into this active. I really want to pick up this Rotom so they can't just gust it for win. Let's recon. We find Rare Candy and Ultra Ball. So let's take Rare Candy. But then I have to like... I kind of like have to Iono and just take this knockout with Radzard. They bring up Cinccino. If I take the knockout with Radzard, they draw a lot of cards, so the Iono means nothing. So I think that just kind of have to Turo this thing to prevent them from winning. Go here. But then in order for me to attack with a fully established Dragapult next turn, I have to... I have to Mela. So, like, it's just kind of terrible. This matchup is so bad. All right, there's a counter catcher and a Force Seal Stone. Things are happening. Not really. What? So, like, if they just get 2 Cincinos loaded up, that's checkmate. Yeah. Like, I can't deal with both these Cinccino. If they Ogre Pawn, they're not Ogre Pawning. Are they almost out of energy? No, they have 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Actually, yeah. Maybe a well-timed Enhanced Hammer gets them out of it. I should have put those 6 damage counters on the Cinccino instead of the Arceus. Yes, there is a missed energy there, which prevents my entire strategy. There was a mist, guys. The mist was here the whole time. Hammer? Well, no. If I hammered it, they just put another one back on. So it's like, okay, what? So I put 6 damage counters here, and then I hammer it, and then they put another one back on, and then those 6 damage counters are like just there forever, or like, you know what I mean? I don't think it's possible to win. The legacy energy on the Chinchino. All right. And Iono. Okay. And special roll. Okay. I don't think it's actually possible to win this game. I think this is checkmate. Right? Yo, Mela. Still checkmate, though. I should have grabbed it. Yeah, that's all good. Oh, I could have gotten Rare Candy, Pidgey. It's fine. I still lose. There's not actually anything. No, because they have it guaranteed here. I have to catch her this and hope they don't have one more energy in the deck, right? And they could just boss, right? Yeah, the matchup's like unsalvageable. It's so heinous. Like, we're not even close to winning. We have 3 prizes left. We have 3. There are like 3 whole prizes left. We run them out of energy every time. Trust. I'm not trusting, guys. I'm not trusting. Yes, this is game over. They get boss's orders. GG's. Okay. That's sick. I love getting flexed on. Poultice. I'd rather play Diplin's Paradise. All right, what other decks we got? Lost Zone version. Do we have to keep playing the terrible Dragapult? Why do you guys want to keep seeing this? Aren't we trying to win NAIC? Like, we're trying to do well, right? All right. If you have to work this hard to make a deck good, then it's just probably not that good. What do you think about that? Yeah, thank you. Spadil TV for the Prime sub. I've definitely played. I spent a lot of time playing the Xatu version. That version is slow as molasses. The Xatu version attacks like turn 3 at the best, and it's also just so. If you attack turn 2 with a Xatu build, it feels like a small miracle, and you're playing such thin lines of everything that you need that, like, if one thing goes wrong, like if you prize your board, you're like having a terrible time. There's just so much that could go wrong. If I was trying to win NAIC, I would also be doing a Dragapult Masterclass, trying to... If I wanted to win NAIC so bad, I would also do a Dragapult Masterclass and try to get as many people to play it as possible. That would be my master 4D chess plan. Yes. Okay, let me think. Let's do... Where's a good Regidrago or Guardy? I'll even play Guardy, man. Will I? I guess so. The Xatu, you guys want to still see Dragapult? All right, fine. No, you know what? I refuse. We're going Regidrago VSTAR or Guardy or something tolerable. Not Regidrago VSTAR is so silly. That can't be real. What a silly deck. Drago is real. Make it real? Cleffa in the Drago deck. I did not expect that. Just the one of Capturing Aroma, huh? Oh, the Drago, huh? Drago can't be real, though, you know. No way. Isn't it just worse, Raging Bolt? Raging Bolt just simply better than this? All right, I'm seeing the Cleffa. Why is the Cleffa in here? I guess it's a single prizer. That's fine, I suppose. All right. We'll just play it as is, ask no questions. Sure. Doesn't the Noivern mean it destroys Bolt? Can't they just gust 3 times? You're doing like 70 damage or something? All I have to do is boss twice. You just solo a Drago? Well, yeah, then won't they just knock it out before you attach 3 energy? And also, Cornerstone can 2-hit KO. All right, here we go. Playing against Lugia with the broken Regidrago VSTAR deck. We've got a fine opening hand. This will do. Earthen Vessel, get that Gudra in the discard pile. And see what I got going on in the old deck. Dragapult in there. Noivern in there. Got some Ogre Pawn. Coolness. Let's Ultra Ball. Discard both these Iono. Gonna get me a Ogre Pawn EX. Cool. Start Teal dancing. Teal dance. Draw a card. Broken. Fire energy to Drago. Pass. Let's see what Lugia can do about this. Thank you, Zaber, for that Prime sub. They got Serena. They can discard some cards, draw some cards. Decided to Serena instead of Carmine. They had the Carmine in hand. But maybe they got like the Legacy energy in hand or something and don't want to discard it. Read the Wind, you literally lose. You lose. You lose. You don't think that my Drago is going to absolutely smack you right now? You silly, silly person. Drago VSTAR. Teal Dance. Okay, I need Energy Switch. And a way to discard. All right, let's Legacy Star. Come on. Well, we get Energy Switch, and then I need to get Ultra Ball, and we just win. Because I go Ultra Ball away these, and go get... Oh, man, my guy is prized. My raging bulk. I guess that's fine. My raging bulk is prized, guys. This is cringe. I would have just won. Oh, man. Well, now I lose. Okay. That's fine. Because now I've got no more... I don't think this list plays a Rod or anything, right? No, I'll just concede. It's fine. I thought I was winning, so I discarded my other Drago out of my hand. So I was stuck with just one Drago for the rest of the game. This list does play a Raging Bolt, right? It does. I did just prize it. Okay. That's fine. I think that one rod is good, yes, but this list doesn't have a rod. It just has one Capturing Aroma instead. All right, I'll be more careful with my prize check next time. That's a specific situation where the new Haxorus would be good there. Funny enough. We're up against Charizard. Okay. First attack is blocked by Mist, but who cares about that? I just would win the game with the second attack. Tina VSTAR for 280. You got a Lost Zone energy, though. All right, let's see what's up. Looks like I'm playing against Pidgeot, Charizard, and we got a great start with a pair of Teal Mask, Ogerpon, and a Nest Ball. That's very good. I'll use the Nest Ball for a Regidrago. Get a Fire Energy onto it. And we're going to be threatening a lot this next turn. Cool. Do that and pass. And then off this Iono, all I need to do is find Regidrago VSTAR, a couple energy switch, way to get Dragapult into the discard pile, and I'm looking at like a turn 2 Dragapult EX. That's what we're going for. And this is something that I really like about the Regidrago builds as opposed to just the pure Raging Bolt, is that Regidrago has some flexibility in situations where it's better to attack with Dragapult. We can get the turn 2 attack with Dragapult. In situations where it's better to attack with Raging Bolt, we can just do that. What's Iono? We've got a Teal Dance. I can Ultra Ball away these. Okay. I've got no Pokemon in the discard pile yet. I'm going to save the Ultra Ball. So let's Teal Dance. I need to find double energy switch, or there's Dragapult. Okay, so that's very good. Because we got the Dragapult in the discard pile guaranteed. So let's go Ultra Ball away Goodra and Dragapult EX. We're going to go get another Regidrago so that way I don't have to choose it off of my Legacy Star. And then let's use Legacy Star. That's pretty sick. I don't think I hit any energy switches, though. I did not. So what we want is to grab Ultra Ball and a Grass Energy. Okay, we're going to take those. We're going to Ultra Ball away Noivern and Boss. And I'm going to get Cleffa just in case. And then we're going to attach the Grass Energy to Regidrago and restart for 2. Energy switch, and we got it. Not yet. We can Teal Dance one more time. Energy switch? Dang it. All right, we whiffed the turn to attack, but that's okay. We'll just retreat into Cleffa and Grasping Draw. That is a sad whiff. Where are my energy switch? Honestly, I haven't seen a single one yet, which is kind of tough. But that's okay. No worries. We haven't seen Raging Bolt EX yet. Yes, we have 4 energy switch in here. Would be nice to get a Raging Bolt. Oh, there's a whole bunch of Earthen Vessels. Okay. Still haven't seen an energy switch yet. Fascinating. And here goes Cleffa. Sure. So we've got the attack. Now, I imported the list. There are... Okay. Teal Dance. Ultra Ball away these. There are 3 energy switch in the deck, but my Raging Bolt is prized again. That's fine. We're going here to the Drago. There. Research. You've got to be kidding me. I need to attach that fire energy because I only have so many of them. And we have still whiffed the energy switch. This is so crazy. Teal Dance. Okay, let's go. Here we are. I have arrived. And we'll Apex Dragon. And I would like to sample your finest Phantom Dive, please. And I will put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1 onto a Charmander. Sure. And we'll take those 2 prizes. Righto. Hoping to find Raging Bolt EX. No luck. But that's okay. I've only got 11 cards left in deck. Yeah, we need to put a Rod in here. Yeah. There should be 1 Rod in this deck. Because it feels like, especially if you attack with Raging Bolt, you want to be able to just put the energy back in. Teal Mask does KO Zard. So I guess that, yeah, you're right, actually. So that does not matter. We could just take the knockout with this thing. That's right. I forgot I can attack with this thing. That's kind of hilarious. All right, so we've got energy switch, energy retrieval. GG's. I guess you don't need route with the retrieval, true. Just got to be careful. All right, I kind of like the Cleffa. That's fine, I suppose. I don't like the Capturing Aroma, though. But I suppose, you know, like, what better card is there to put there than Capturing Aroma. Could play Heavy Ball. I don't hate that. The Rod. Lance, nah. I've been saying the best way to get the turn 2 Dragapult is to do it with Regidrago VSTAR. Well, this is terrible. Chenpao, my beloved. I'm Carthy. Well, the list is online. If you're interested, I'm glad you dig it. Playing against Chenpao Baxcalibur, my beloved. The perfect Pokemon TCG deck. Why would anybody play anything else? The haters are hating on Chenpao right now. They're releasing their tier lists. They're putting you in tier D. They don't know your strength. They don't know your power. They don't know what you're capable of. They don't know. I guess we go get... Is there a base? It doesn't matter. It has to be... Yeah. We go get a Pokemon and then Ultra Ball it away. Yep. So we're going to go get Dragapult. And Ultra Ball away that. And we go get a Drago. Sure, I'll restart. Sure, I'll Teal Dance. Vessel. We'll get a fire attached to the Drago. Research. Ogre Pawn. Vessel away, Noivern. It doesn't matter. Noivern does not matter. People think Noivern is a good card. That card is terrible. People will just gust around it. My opponent will simply use Iron Bundle and just bundle around my guy. No, Pow is not dead. Pow is broken. And we got the Nest Ball. I've prized this Raging Bolt like 3 games in a row. I don't even want to get him. I guess I'll get him. Noivern is so bad. This card, it does 70 damage. 70. $70. All right. If my opponent goes Prime Catcher, knock out my Drago, I quit. It blocks basics. That does nothing. That does nothing. Chenpao will just use Bundle. Noivern is a terrible card. 70 damage and preventing damage done on this Pokemon by attacks from basic Pokemon. Even if you're up against a deck like the Roaring Moon Dino Box deck, all they have to do is counter Catcher 3 times and win. Your bench is too big in this deck to establish a lock. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, your bench is always too big. You're going to have multiple Ogerpon down, all that. Dino has Shred too. Right. The Noivern is terrible. What I'll replace it with? A second Raging Bolt EX. Sure. Don't Prime Catcher, my guy. All that to Hailblade? Oh, yeah, you lose now, bro. Let's go. Yo, check it. That you overloaded because you knew I was about to knock out both Friggy and Baxcalibur, which I am going to do. However, it's still going to be sick. Okay. Well, send it. I'm going to need an energy switch. And I'm going to need a grass energy too. Okay. Or energy retrieval. Yeah, that one instead. Yes. Cool. So we're going to go superior energy retrieval. Discard these gamers right here to get those. And then we're going to go Teal Dance. I'm going to start dancing. Watch out. There's an Ultra Ball. I'm dancing again. Got to be careful. Can't dance that last one unless I get another energy switch. Okay, can't dance that last one. I need that one to go to Mr. Drago. Energy switch. Okay. And then we have to decide what the move is. We have to decide, do we knock out Baxcalibur and Frigibax and allow them to one-hit KO me in return? Or, I kind of feel like, yeah. Like, yeah, we do it. Two energy switch left in deck. Put that down. Apex Dragon. Okay. I would like to select Phantom Dive, please, and I will be placing 6 damage counters on your Frigibax. Okay. All right. Now they overloaded the Chenpao to protect against this, so all I have to do is attach 1 energy, and they can do 300 damage next turn, so they are ready. I definitely have to find some heat myself. I would like a pair of energy switch. That would be great. Got plenty of energy in the hand. So we could go fire energy onto Drago. And Teal Dance a couple times. I think there's only 2 energy switch. Or is there 3 energy switch left on the deck? I'll have to check. They do have Bibarel. But the thing is, if they discard 5 energy to knock out Regidrago, and if they only bench 1 Friggy, then I will chase it down with Dragapult again. So they have to find a rod. Yeah, Squirrel TCG. Jirachi does not protect against Dragapult because Jirachi only protects from basics and Dragapult's an evolution. So. They got Superior, so they got the Superior for 1. Ouch. Could they not just Shivery Chill for the 1? No, because all their energy are in the discard pile. But they don't want to put too many energy in their hand, I guess, because then their hand will be jammed. But you are about to get stunted on, Marlon. Even if I just find Boss's Orders, I can knock out the Frigibacks with Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. So I got a lot of options, but there's one energy switch right there, so that is very nice. Okay, let's go. Teal Dance. Whoop. Draw 1. Yo, we got the sauce right here. Dang. That's crazy. I can commit that fire energy now. We got the double energy switch. The Iono. You're done, dude. You're done. You're done, buddy. You're out of here, Buster. Ultra Ball away these. Get my Regidrago VSTAR. Restart for 2. Teal Dance. Oh yeah. Nest Ball. I got nobody else to get. Don't matter. Iono. Cool. Retreat. And I'm coming in hot with the Apex Dragon. I'll select Phantom Dive, please. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. You're dead. GG's. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Broken deck. Okay. Does it play Radzard or Ursaluna? No. No, it does not. We play Cleffa for early game. That card's got to go for sure. -1 Noivern, +1 Raging Bolt. Easiest decision of my life. Radiant Charizard's not bad, yeah, sure. We're just going to start it, though. Feel like a doofus. Scoop up Cyclone. Prime Catcher's nuts. Dang, people predicting are hating on the Drago VSTAR. That's crazy. Do I want some kind of shred? Maybe. What do I need shred for? What would Koraidon EX be for? That does not seem like a card that we need to play. It just does 280. Thank you artistically for that Prime sub. in the 4 months. Okay, we got a pretty butts-looking opening hand. Yup. Certified butts. We'll go Earthen Vessel. Discard an energy switch. And you do something crazy, right? Discard. Yeah, that is a little bit crazy. Okay, we'll draw 1 card. I'll draw 1 more card. I'll attach an energy and Celestial Roar. Oopsies. All right. So what's my opponent gonna do to me? What you doing with this Lost Box deck, huh? Psychic Energy. Is this a Lost Box Dragapult? Probably. I don't know. There's Psychic Energy. That's my guess. No? Looks like no. Look, those next 3 cards were not cards that I wanted to top deck. Do I remember Sableye? Yeah, sure. Maybe it's just Sablezard. But the Dragapult Lost Box decks have been popular lately. They have. I've seen them poking their heads out in the online tournaments. Okay, I need a lot going on here. 110 damage coming in. There's Sableye, sure. What do we got? That's a draw too. Okay. Earthen Vessel away. Energy switch. And we'll get these. Let's Teal Dance. There's an Iono. Cool. Teal Dance again. Beautiful. Grass. No. Don't I need the energy switch? Have you read Legacy Star, Co-19? Come on. Legacy Star. Gets it all back. Okay. We'll go Legacy Star. Hot dang. I'll take an energy switch. And probably... Yeah, I don't have any energy in my discard pile yet. Energy switch and like an Iono seems good. Then I have to be aware of the fact that I'm not... going to be like energy switching at all for the rest of the game. Yeah, I'll energy switch enough. All right, it's fine. Okay, energy switch. And then I got Dragapult in the discard right there. Apex Dragon. Okay, and what do we want to do with our damage counters? I'm thinking like switch cart's a thing. If we go 6 onto 1, they'd have to switch card it twice. If we go 2-2-2, then they can switch card twice easier. So I think just 6 onto 1 is fine. Like, forcing them to switch cart the same Comfy twice, I think, is annoying. What about 1-1-1-2? I don't know. What if your opponent plays like 3 switch cards that turn? And they theoretically have 3 more switch card in the deck. Yeah. All right. Maybe it's 1-1-1-2. Yeah, I could see that. I can see that for sure. I think probably dividing them up as ones, because that way if they do play switch card, they're only healing 1. Holy smokes, here comes the bear, bro. Here comes I've only taken 1 prize and you want a bear already? Now, can't I just like Myriad Leaf Shower this thing? 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21. 12%. I can almost Myriad Leaf Shower this thing. They are going to double switch card hit. All right, whatever, dude. Fine. Whatever, man. Sure. Three, 6. That's an egregious waste of resources, though, so I don't even care. I ain't even mad about that. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21, 24, 27. Yeah, I'm going to do that, actually. You're going to be so mad when you get spanked by my Teal Mask Ogre Pawn. Okay, going here. Let's get this guy. Do that. For each energy attached to... Okay. Teal Dance. And then attach for turn. I think we guarantee the fire, right? I did get rid of both my superiors already, which is really bad. That's fine. And then Iona. Sweet. And then Teal Dance. Cool. Myriad Leaf Shower for 270. Yeah, there we go. I'll take my 2, sure. That's kind of a funny way to do it. We should definitely lose this. This matchup seems pretty terrible for us. If I'm being honest. All these Ogre Pawn out here. Just Oh, they play Greninja? I thought for sure there was going to be a Radzard, but no. I guess I saw the water energy, so that makes sense. Lots of water energy. They wasted a lot of Mirage Gates, but they're only down 2. So they got 2 more. Yes, I am definitely feeling the pain of not dividing up my damage a little bit more optimally. That would have been nice, but it's okay. The bear is just coming back out, huh? Okay, this is what we're doing. Goodness. More bear. Okay. Nah, they're going to only have 2 energy on this bear. So if they just go Prime Catcher, it's like game. They'll take this knockout, and then they got Prime Catcher game. I have to imagine that they have Prime Catcher available. They've only got 8 cards left in deck. Which should be pretty easy for them to get. But let's see. Yep, this hand pretty much stinks. Little Teal Dance. Nest Ball, see what we actually have left in this deck. There is no energy switch in here. Oh, fascinating. Yeah, I definitely lose. And there's only 2 energy left. That's game over. Yes, we are out of resources. Sad. Yes, we got sauced there for sure. Koraidon EX would have one-shot the bear. I think that I don't even have one of these. The Cleffa's kind of, eh. I don't know if I really see myself even using the Radiant Charizard, honestly. We'll play like a 5th energy switch. That'd be sick. Poppy? Thornton? The Thornton's kind of crazy. Thornton. Energy sticker? Yeah, Melo's not terrible. Right, I'll try this one more time. But it feels like, honestly, Sablezard, that deck seems pretty good. Or whatever bear, comfy bear deck. Sure, yeah, that seems pretty good. Why don't we all just play the comfy bear deck? Yeah, just the yeah, why don't we just do that? Sable Bear. Oh, thank goodness I started my Thornton. Have I ever played the Lost Zone engine to an event? Yes, I have. I top 64'd EUIC last year with Hisuian Gudra VSTAR. Thank you very much. I have done it. No, I'm not necessarily the most, you know, well-rehearsed Lost Box player, but I have piloted it to a major, yes. No, I know, Namus. Yeah, it was a genuine question for sure. I know. I'm just being funny. And I'll pass. Why don't we play Guardy? I don't like the Gardevoir deck. I don't think it's very good. I'm going to just be honest with you. I think the Gardevoir deck kind of stinks. I think trying to continue playing Gardevoir, like, when Shining Arcana rotated, everything ruined everything, man. Gardevoir be like, you can't even level ball for Kirlia. You have to ultra ball for Kirlia and then use refinement. That's like a subtracting 4 cards from your hand. Yeah, the deck just got so much worse. Yeah, the tag team podcast, listen, JW, he's supposed to be the one doing it. I don't know what that man's doing, okay? He's supposed to be on top of it. Man, this is terrible. Is this when we go for Cleffa and just say... Yo, thank you, Chicken Strip, for the sub and the 62 months. Appreciate it. Yes, JW is back on the cast this week. We have some interesting discussion about our takes on the meta, so... Definitely excited about this latest episode. It's a good one. You know, JW's teaching what is that? That's so wild. You know, JW's teaching a masterclass this weekend on Miraidon EX, so he's trying to convince himself that Miraidon is still a valid play. Oh no, not the Frostlass. Okay. It's like we just need energy switches. I guess I want to Ultra Ball away this Nest Ball and a Fire Energy. We'll do this, and we're going to Legacy Star. And let's see what we got going on. Oh, baby. We did get a Dragapult into the discard pile. That was very good. Discarded another energy. I'll take a boss too. That seems pretty good. I think Miraidon's back. I am not a Dawn believer. I am not. I think Dawn's time has come and gone. Blammo. Are there any good Greninja deck lists yet? It feels bad, but maybe I'm just trash at the game or both. No, there's not many good Greninja deck lists because it's just not that great. Yeah. Well, the thing is, I think Raging Bolts has kind of emerged as like the big basic deck, like the premier big basic deck in this format. And I don't know, like Miraidon wasn't very good last format, and I don't know that its positioning really makes it so much better this format. I'm not gonna lie, I can't really see myself losing to this Arcanine deck. I get what's like supposed to be going on here, but I don't really see it. At the end of the day, this guy only does 120 damage. That's just not a lot of damage. 120, that's like barely a tickle, really. All right, superior. Away these. Boss up this. Teal Dance. Teal Dance. Fire. Energy switch. I think next turn I'm going to Thornton one of these ability guys into a guy without an ability. All right, Apex Dragon. And let's go. I like almost. I don't want to. I got to get a different guy into the discard pile. I don't want to give you all 6 damage counters to move, but I suppose I kind of just have to. Sure. We'll Phantom Dive. This is just so annoying. Spreading damage against Monkey Dory is such a pain. Okay, we got an Ultra Ball, so that's good. And I've got Thornton as well. So, what's up, Fireball? Welcome to the stream. Pokemon Violet Lover, hello. Thanks for being here. Okay. We've only got 3 prizes left. We can Thornton one of these guys here on the bench, which is kind of fun, and turn him into a Regidrago who shouldn't be taking bonus damage from... Well, I guess there is no Frostlass anymore, so I guess I'm not even really terribly worried about that. They are going to take 2 prizes on my active. I think I'd like to get Goodra into the discard pile. So if we get Goodra into the discard pile, then we're taking 200 less damage, and then I think they're kind of stuck while I'm just swinging with Goodra. So that's going to be what I try to do. And Proudfang's only doing 120 damage, so Goodra is going to be preventing like 80 of that. In my honest opinion of the new decks I've seen, what is the best deck? Like, how new? I don't know, like, does Raging Bolt Ogerpon count as a new deck? Even though Raging Bolt is an old card? Does Lugia with Legacy Energy count as a new deck? You know, or does it have to be entirely new cards? Okay, let me check the deck real quick. Goodra's in there. I'm out of Regidrago VSTAR. I have prize 2. Oh, no, I'm only... Yes, actually. Yes, I have prize 2. I am out of Regidrago VSTAR. I have 2 prized in my final 3 cards. Gotta be kidding me, right? You know what? That's okay, though. Let's Thornton that guy. Earthen Vessel away that. I still can't lose. Yeah, we're still chilling. But it's annoying. It's annoying, though. Yeah. We're just gonna hit him with the old dragon laser. You feel me? Cool. Yeah, just solo Drago, you know? There we go. Drago V, that's all I need. I don't need anything more than that. Palafin's the best deck. Everyone's sleeping on it since it's glitched. Maybe so. How are we supposed to know how broken it is? We can't even play it. I know. Conkeldurr is the best deck? I don't know about that. And then don't you only do... Yeah, so like... This Monkey Dory cannot even move the damage off of it because they have to keep it there. So they're going to counter catcher and swing. I guess that's fine. So they'll knock out my Teal Mask, but then I've got this Mew here. So they can do at most 90 damage to the Mew. But the Monkey Dory, they could heal. They could do 110. They could do 1... Yeah, they're not really there. So... Okay, we'll promote Cleffa. We've got ourselves a Drago. Let's freaking go. Ultra Ball away those. Get this thing. Restart. Earth Vessel away that. Okay, research. And here we go. Arcanine BDIF? Maybe so. Perhaps I am asleep on it. Didn't I just discard... Wait. Didn't I just discard the freaking... How do I scroll? The Gudra. Yeah. Where's that? Oh, here it is. Okay. Rolling Iron. You actually have to scroll with the mouse. Got it. Click and drag to scroll down. Good God. All right. Do they have it? You think they got Defiance Band, Counter Catcher? All right. If they Defiance Band and the Counter Catcher is 120, and then they have to inflict 10 damage on themselves too somehow. Okay. So if they do Defiance Band, Counter Catcher, they would have to do the Cramorant. If they had Defiance Band, Counter Catcher with Cram, they would have won. Maybe they're just now reading the the fighting resistance. Yeah. Unfortunate, really. That was all right. You know, they were in it for sure. They were in it close. All right, here's the deal. So we got to actually play a game with Diplin's Paradise. Now this deck... I should probably just quit the memes and start playing real decks. After all, I need to figure out what 5 decks are my favorite decks to bring tomorrow. Is Jesse in chat right now? Hopefully not. If Jesse's not in chat, then I can talk openly about what I want to play tomorrow. If Jesse is in chat, then I need to keep it secret. Not in chat. All right. because part of it, it's actually really, it's really crazy playing like a best of 3 conquest against somebody, because like you're trying to metagame them perfectly, and then you're also trying to predict what deck are they going to throw first. Can't he just watch the VOD? I trust that Jesse's not gonna lurk that hard. It's not like we've got thousands of dollars on the line, all right? It's just pride and bragging rights, okay? No, I don't think that either of us will bring Blissey. I don't see that. I think both of us will definitely bring Raging Bolt. Because Blissey only beats Dragapult, and neither of us really like Dragapult. Heatran? Isn't that Heatran is terrible. The new Heatran? It's so bad. Why would we do that? Okay. We should destroy this Roaring Moon deck. I think that they don't stand a chance against us, honestly. I'm gonna be completely honest. I think they're roasted. All right, we don't have like the strongest little Iono hand here. Okay, we can work with this though. We can work with this. I'm about the bug catching set. Oh yeah, we can certainly work with this. All I need them to do is not gust my single Grook. And we're chilling. Okay, retreat into the Applin and pass. Okay, I'm gonna get here. I got my notebook. Let's think about what 5 decks would give me the highest chance of being able to win in a conquest series against Jesse. So the way that we're playing this, I think, is that it's first to win with all 5 of their decks. First to win with all 5 of their decks. So you have to win with all 5 decks. So we can't bring any deck that totally stinks. Because then I'd be mad if one deck kept me from winning. So first of all, we should try to predict the decks that Jesse will bring. And then we should also try to predict the decks that we will bring. Predict the decks that we will bring, yes. And then our decks. First of all, Chen Pao is on my list. If there's any deck that can absolutely beat something, it's Chen Pao EX. Chen Pao EX. And Jesse knows that Chen Pao's on my list. Don't care. All right, Chen Pao's on my list. Think of it like I'm team captain and I'm picking teams. All right, Chen Pao, you're the first one in the crowd I pick. I should probably also bring a Lugia. But then we know Jesse's probably going to bring a Miraidon. And I think that Jesse's also going to bring a Raging Bolt deck. Okay. I think Jesse, without a doubt, brings Miraidon and Raging Bolt, I would say. All right, we got our Dippler. We got our Thwackster. We got our Festivus Grounds. Boom Boom Groove. What am I doing here? Just research, I suppose. I just need to find some stuff. What is the jelly? So like if I do I mean, I'm knocking your butt out. Like there's not, yeah, okay. I just got to find an energy. Man, we've got it. Brilliance. Dang, look at how much this guy's getting cooked. Yeah, you're no mask. You're no match for my Diplin out here. Okay. So I think Chenpao, Lugia. I'm definitely at least curious about maybe a Raging Bolt. Why would I bring... All right, what's the... I think Jesse will bring a Guardy. I think Jesse will bring a Lost Box variant. Okay. So the decks, I think... All right, I think Jesse's going to bring Miraidon, Raging Bolt, Guardy, and a Lost Box variant. Turbo Hands. Miraidon, Raging Bolts, Guardy. I should probably bring a Lost Box variant as well. Man. Yeah, I should probably cook a Lost Box variant. What's the best Lost Box variant? The Conquest is taking place tomorrow. So that's why I'm talking to you about it. Yeah, this all goes down tomorrow, folks. So I got to get ready. This has got to be the world's easiest matchup of all time. Like, I can't believe it, but this is, I think, just the easiest matchup ever created. Let's bug catching set, see if we get anything cool. Bring the Kingdra deck. I'm trying to win, all right? I do want to win tomorrow. I don't want to lose. Festival Grounds, Roseanne's backup. That. And that. And then Boom Boom Groove for another apple. Sure. I mean, this is just it's kind of nuts. I can't think of an easier matchup, though. Like, we're hitting a Grass Week basic EX Pokemon. They've got no sauce against us. We're just Festivus Maximus every single turn. I've got I think the maximum max belt in here. All right, what deck is good against Guardian? Should I bring a Dragapult deck? God, I'm going to be so mad bringing a Dragapult deck tomorrow. No way. Or what if I just bring a Charizard deck? Yeah, IRL Conquest tomorrow. Jesse and I are doing an IRL Conquest tomorrow. Yeah, you are not that guy. Okay. What, the kind of guy who brings a Dragapult deck? What about just a Charizard EX deck? Charizard EX, that's a good deck. Should be able to beat stuff, you know? Bring an Arceus deck, he'll never expect it. You're right. What about control? All right, if I bring Block Lax, though, he will not expect Block Lax. This has got to be the most boring game of Pokemon cards I've ever played. There was no drama whatsoever. My deck just absolutely stomps on my opponent's deck, and it's not close. Sick. No, listen, Arceus, I already was not a believer in Arceus. I think Arceus is like super not real now. Control, yeah, we could play like the Lucas control deck. What was the synergy between those two cards? What was the synergy between Teal Mask, Ogerpon? What's the synergy there? I don't know that I see it. All right, I need to. I'm back in the freaking tank with the Dragapult deck. A stupid Dragapult deck. A stupid, no good Dragapult deck. Can't believe I got the Dragapult deck and I'm building the Dragapult deck. Stinky Dragapult. No good Dragapult. No good, terrible, washed up. Give me one of them unfair stamps. Bieberl over Xatu? Listen, you need to get the extra energy into play. You have to. TM Evo. Is TM Evo really that? TM Evo seems kind of... We need a rod. The Dragapult draw engine stinks. It's terrible. Like, Dracloak is not that great of a draw card, all right, folks? It only gets you one card. It is not that good. Three Dracloak? Your board state never has 3 Dracloak set up. All right. Radiant Zard? It's a whole Radiant Zard in here right now. There's a whole freaking Rad Zard here, dude. A fish in here? There's only 2 Ultra Ball right now. There's not room for everything. It's like you have to play an Enhanced Hammer. You have to play a Rescue Board. You have to play a 4 Sealstone. Got to play 2 Vessels. Got to play an amount of energy. I think... say Prime Catcher, like doubles as a switch card. I like the Defiance Band. What if you play the belt thing, dude? Nobody will see the belt thing coming. The thing that prevents you from getting 1-hit KO'd? Bruh. That's the secret sauce for the Lugia matchup. All right. The cast. What's it called? What's the ace effect? The new one. Yeah, the brace. Yeah. Nobody's going to see that until they Jamming Tower. Is Lugia really on 2 Jamming Tower? Is that really what they're on? This is so cringe. Yeah, some are. Silene. You kind of need like a stadium bump too. There's so many freaking cards you have to play. Let's go. Jesse won't count my deck. I'll just bring 65 cards, dude. I think each conquest is a best of 1. I don't know. Jesse and I need to figure out what exactly we're doing tomorrow. But it's each player brings 5 decks. I know that much. But we haven't necessarily set any of the other rules yet. It's a conquest and we each bring 5 decks. That's all we've got. Why are we putting 2 prize liabilities in the deck? Jester, it's because Rotom helps set the deck up. You just want to have setups magically. Rotom gets you going. You got to play Rotom. What, you just want no Rotom? That's like asking, why do we put Rotom in Charizard? 'Cause you got to. Yeah, Rotom V. It's the only 2-prizer in the deck. Right, 4 Seal Stones, a huge deal. And drawing cards is a huge deal. Yeah, that's what we're doing, Mosetter. Like, best of 9, got to win with each deck. Once you win with the deck, you can't play it again. Yes, that's what we're doing. That's like that was the idea, anyways. Okay, my opponent doesn't have anything going on, which is sick. But we can't even attack this turn. Yeah, so I think we're going to do this. Okay, Nest Ball. Get that. And then go here, and go here, and Evolution to go evolve these guys. Cool. Stellar Wish, I didn't have the rare candy in my hand. Right? Or I guess I had the Ultra Ball. Yeah, so like maybe this just seems safer, right? To get set up more. And they're not doing anything, so I think I'm chilling. Okay. Let's draw first. Not going to need the Enhanced Hammer. I don't necessarily want to Iono either. We'll take these. Recon. Take the Xatu. Xatu, Clairvoyant Sense. There's my board and my Dragapult. Got that guy. Recon. Trick Cloak. Okay. Trick Cloak. Fire here. Kind of chilling. I'm chilling because my opponent isn't doing anything. Which certainly helps with the chill factor, you know. What could we include in our Dragapult deck that will, like, catch Jesse off guard? You know, if I bring a Dragapult deck, what can we put in there? He will never see it coming. Max Belt and Charizard. Dragazard? Not Dragazard, man. Is Dragazard just the way? We could cut Xatu altogether. And go pure Dragazard. We could play 4 Enhanced Hammers. Lost Zone is the way? I don't think so. You remember like early Charizard format where people thought that like Lost Zone Charizard EX was the way, and then it definitely wasn't? I think that same thing is happening right now with Dragapult. Like people are like, oh, just put it with Lost Zone, but then people will realize that that is just not the smoothest way to do it. Broken deck, dude. Hello? Gibble? All right. Seems fine. Pass. Lost Zone Dragapult is amazing. Really? Amazing, huh? Does give you the option to play it as a single prize deck, which is always nice. Okay, we'll go here. Recon Directive. Cool. And Instant Charge. Lost Zone's the best Dragapult deck since you can pretend you're not playing Dragapult. Right. Okay, so here's my question. Why is Lost Zone Dragapult DX better than just a regular Lost Zone deck? Why is it better than just Lost Zone basics? What is like having a whole stage 2 in there do that the rest of the deck can't already do? Oh, they got the secret box. Hot dang. Yeah, Dragapult puts down one more damage counter than Radiant Charizard. That's kind of what I'm saying. Like, what's the point? That's what I'm saying. All right, why don't we play... What if you put, like, Raging Bolt in the... Holy smokes, stop it. Stop it. How did you have all of that? God, Dragapult is so bad, bro. If we get sauced up by the Garchomp deck, I will never recover from this. The secret box. God, what a miserable, miserable existence Dragapult is. Listen, you can only do nothing for so long, you know? Before your opponent inevitably punishes you for it. They've got one card in hand. They can definitely just boss and gust whatever they want this next turn because they've got Pidgeot. So, like, we know that that's just the situation. And they're setting up the freaking Rellor, dude. Okay. All right. Thank you, Legit Frost. Appreciate it. The 100 bits. What's the deck list I'm using? I don't know. We just made it on stream. It's doing okay. Kind of getting sauced up by the Garchomp, you know? But that's fine. All right, well, we have to take out the Rellor. That thing's problematic. So we'll do that. 70. The world's biggest Kramer. I'm saying, like, isn't Lost Box just better without Dragapult? There's mist energy in there. Oh boy. Not anymore. I have a really hard time believing that Lost Box is better with rare candies in it. I have a really hard time believing that. Yeah. Like, you're going to have a hard time convincing me that, like, putting this gaudy thing in the Lost Box deck makes it better. You only play 2 rare candy? That's fine. That's 2 more than a Lost Box deck should have in it. I would love to see. All right, if Dragapult... I definitely understand that I could be incorrect, for sure. But given that people have thought that putting stage 2s in Lost Box was like a thing to do for a long time now, and it's never been correct. I understand that doesn't mean that it could be, you know, it doesn't mean that it couldn't be correct now, but I don't really think so. I think people have Dragapult goggles where they just love this card for like no reason. I think people got like the most insane Dragapult goggles. And they just like want to love this card so bad. Like, I'm really about to get sauced up by a Garchomp EX. Like, that's legitimately, this is a problem we're having right now. Is that the Garchomp EX deck is too strong. I'm playing every single build of Dragapult that I play. People are like, you're playing the wrong one. Every single build. You all, as a collective community, have not been able to prove or solidify that there is a perfect Dragapult deck out there. Nobody in the Pokemon community has been able to convince anybody of that. Right, Bad Builds is going to say, oh, you're not playing this one. And then, yeah, because it's all bad. Right. There are good builds. Well, I tried playing the Pidgeot EX build, and every Dragapult Coper out there thinks they've got the perfect Dragapult Cope deck. Every single one of you, all right? You all think that you've got the perfect Dragapult Cope. Every single one. And none of your lists are the same, but you all think they're perfect. We don't think it, we know it. Yeah. Oh my goodness. People have been trying to crack the perfect Dragapult deck since the card was released in Japan, and no one has succeeded. No one. Tord is doing a masterclass on Pult. That doesn't mean that it's secretly broken. That's not what that means. That is called a smart business decision, okay? Yeah, Tord is making money, and he should do that. That is a smart decision. Look at that. Dragapult's broken when your opponent tries to bench snipe through Manaphy. This is what people aren't seeing about Dragapult. Kaisel says I should do a master class on being a hater. All right, I want to do a poll. Will Dragapult top 4 NAIC? I think my opponent's going for the Devo TM play. Right? That's all I can really come up with. This version of the deck is terrible. The Xatu, I think, Xatu is not it. 100%. I just have to put the energy back into the deck. All right, man. Why is this Ogerpon here, man? Okay. Take my prize. It's Temple Senate. Yeah. Every time I look at the terrible cards that comprise a Dragapult EX deck, I'm disappointed that I've got any of these cards in my deck. Oh, thank God I got the game winner off the top. Thank God. Wait, I can't hit this thing though. I have an E-Hammer in the deck. But one E-Hammer, you're not beating a Lugia deck with one E-Hammer, all right? Two E-Hammers? I think you could maybe do it with 4 E-Hammers. That's my suspicion. 4 enhanced hammers, I think, would get there. Wait, I can't attack with Radiant Zard yet. My opponent needs to take more prizes. Man. The broken turn 5 instant charge. I think I put it there and retreat into Dreepy and just charge. Sure. Instant charge, baby. The Dragapult Copers have been saying for weeks, like, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but I've been seeing this on Twitter. Like, if you just put Radiant Charizard in your Dragapult deck, it fixes all of Dragapult's bad matchups. That's what, like, that. It's the biggest Dragapult cope that I've seen. Is that, like, you just need to play Radzard. Radzard fixes everything for Dragapult. Oh, thank God this game is over. Thank God. It's over, guys. We all... Oh, it's over. It's over. It's over. Oh, thank goodness. Oh, thank God. Whew, sheesh. Oh, man. Okay. Thank goodness for that. Man, oh, man. Oh, boy, oh, boy. Yeah, sure. You know what? That was a doozy for sure. That did not make me want to continue playing Dragapult. That's for sure. In fact, it had pretty much the opposite effect. It's cool though. I got more cope going on. I'm filled to the brim with cope. Here, this is the broken list right here. See, Dragapult Lost Box. Duh, it's broken. Right here. This is as broken as it gets. Look at that. Perfect list. This is it. Yeah, Trevor, I've gone through periods like that too. Just embrace the Chen Pao lifestyle, Trevor. It's never too late. It's never too late to just become a true blue Pao head. It's great because I don't even have to think about what I'm playing for NAIC. The Pao provides. Doesn't Chen Pao get owned by Control, which is the main strategy beat at NAIC? No. It's a new format. Control's usually not like the most popular deck. Also, if you're a real Pao head, then you know that you just simply won't play against the Control decks. Okay? That's what the real Pao heads, they know. No Control. You won't play against Control. Right. You think the Pao heads account for the Control matchup? No, we don't. You think Pao heads don't play Chen Pao simply because Control might show up? No. You double down. You double down, bro. You double down. Shit, just dodge it. Yeah, skill diff. Exactly. All right, we're playing against a deck that should absolutely destroy us. Cool stuff. We've got a Dreep. We've got a Buddy Buddy Poffin. I've got a Nest Ball in my hand, so I can knock out this Chansey with the turn 1 Cramalam if I'm able to actually establish a little bit. So that's what we're going to try and do. And we'll go get the Cramolam, sure. And let's start selecting flowers. I'll take my Colress. And then we go, okay, we're going to take a Dragapult for sure. We're going to take a Switch Cards. And we're going to take a Gear. That seems fine. And then we go Switch Card here. Flower Select. Take the Rod. Switch cart here. Select some Mo. And you opened the wrong Chansey against my Cramorant. Get spit, bro. 110. You're done. I take my prize. All right. It's another Colress. I think you're pretty sure for that sub in the 6 months. Broken deck. It's so broken. Oh no, not an Iono. No. Broken deck. It's so broken. Oh yeah. Why not play a good Lost Box deck? Here's the thing, Big Diesel, I see what you're saying about Radiant Alakazam. Radiant Alakazam's a fine card. But one of the things the Dragapult severely lacks is the ability to do over 200 damage. And Radiant Charizard brings that to the table. So you certainly have to consider Radiant Alakazam or Radiant Charizard when building the Dragapult deck, and Radiant Charizard has also proven to be a successful include in many Dragapult decks. So I disagree with your assessment that you have to play Radiant Alakazam. I think that's very narrow-minded, and that I think Charizard and Radiant Alakazam are both good options. Okay, well, let's go. They got the Blissey. That's bad. We don't like the Blissey. All right, it's not what we're trying to see. Not at all. Colress. Got Prime Catcher. Dracloak. Man, I am probably not going to be doing much this turn if I have to guess. Take the Iono. And start flower selecting. I got a Dragapult. Switch carts. Why is there a whole... Man, they got the whole Frostlass over there. Gotta take that. Yeah, this is just bad. That's fine. Flower selecting. Take the Rod. All right. I can Rod back at what? Just Cramorant? No, that's silly. Evolve that. Recon Directive. We're not even dealing any damage this turn. I've already got the rod in my hand. We'll take the psychic. Okay. It's going to be a pass from me, dog. And we're just chilling here. Got 10 cards in the Lost Zone. Yeah, there's absolutely no way that putting a stage 2 in your Lost Box deck is the best way to play a Lost Box deck. I'm doubling down on that. There's absolutely no way. The best part about a Lost Box deck is that all the attackers are basics and that you don't have to evolve. Right? The only card that like kind of subverts that is Giratina. This deck has to play candy. I think it's got 2 candy in it. Yeah. Yeah, this is disastrous. Flower selecting. Wahoo! I did it. I got a stage 2 in play. Thank God. All right. But now now we just lose though, right? Now we just lose. Like it wasn't even worth it, you know. Could Prime Catcher the bench Chansey and take 2 knockouts? I suppose so. Wasting a Prime Catcher. That vacuum probably has to... Yeah, that's just ugly. Okay. Broken deck! Oh, yeah! Mirage Gate for 1! Knock out the snow runs. Broken deck. Man, look how much I'm cooking right now. Sheesh. I've got no energy in deck. I've got no energy in my discard pile either. No, I don't. If Lost Zone Dragapult is the best Dragapult deck, it's because Lost Zone carries. It's because Lost Zone is a very good deck. Not because like Dragapult belongs in here, right? Think of it like this. Think about like Is Arceus the best way to play Armarouge? Yes. Does that mean Armarouge is a good card? No. No. Arceus is the good card, right? Here, the Lost Box stuff is the good stuff, all right? Yeah, here we're just so bodied. We just lose. Let me check my deck. I guess I just retreat into this thing and I just start picking off. Sure, I'll do that. Okay. That seems fine. See? Dragapult, worst part of the deck. Best part of the deck? Lost Zone stuff. Yup. That's what I'm saying. Thank you, Pakashi, for that Prime sub. Appreciate it. Oh, there are 2 more Blissey now. Okay, so that was... It's fine, though. The monkeys are a problem. They go to 2 remaining. I can set up a win con with Radzard. All I got to do is... Yeah, but this thing's got that on it. If I have Iono... The problem is they can... Let's do that. There's no more Iono in the deck. So all I have to do is Sharon's Care, the Blissey, my... Yeah, I think I probably just win if I knock out the Chansey last turn instead of the monkey, but I was kind of spacing. Yeah, that's what we ought to have done. Because now this thing's got the Rigid Band on it. I can't put enough damage on both these guys. Basically, they're in a situation... I think the game just froze. But basically, they're in a situation where, like, if they Sharon's Care a damaged Blissey, they just win. But yes, I needed to knock out Chansey last turn and leave the 2 monkeys down. Because the 2 monkeys... My prize map was Chansey, Monkey, Monkey. And I just attack with... Sableye, Sableye, Sableye. Yeah, game's frozen. That's pretty sick. Oh, did we all freeze mid-game? That's hype, honestly. Whole server froze. Hype. All right, anyways. I got some video editing to work on. So I'm going to take that as a sign to start working on that. But I've got my Conquest tomorrow with Jesse. It's going to be a lot of fun. So definitely make sure to tune in for that. Conquest series, tabletop, Jesse and I testing decks for NAIC. We're going to see which one of us wins the best of 9. All right. Best of 9 Conquests. Tomorrow, Jesse Parker and I. Tune in. I'll see you about 10 a.m. Eastern, okay? Later.